Nenzirate masoja zekushibata nazo terera imitemo yose nenzirata kanaka tisawa tinotora shinu shemasi yetu tuserai shinu shose satorwa kumuvengi taura shinetsika kurushinyirwe wamu kuti masimvisise zvakanaka musangano padara izvo munotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu zoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vama
Zima.com. This is confirmed footage. The footage that we're seeing here has been confirmed by the government of Zimbabwe, and Nick Mangwana has confirmed this, and in a post he stated that the trucks that we're seeing right now are part of a military exercise. I've got into on authority, Zimbabweans in the nation on the road, that this is the beginning of something huge. Hear it from me, what I have, which is that Zirikuitika is the beginning of something huge. The truth of the matter is Zimbabwe is soldier's country. And the Nick said that it is military testing their equipment. They're testing their equipment on who? Chatonda. Nick said they're testing their equipment. They're testing their equipment on who? On what? On the roads. Testing their equipment. Why? The military are testing the equipment. I don't test the equipment, go people. Right. So, obviously, ministers, just yesterday, Comrade Blessed Geza told me officially to tell you, the people of Zimbabwe, that Jaiva, ndozvandakaudza ini ndakaudzwa kunzi zvaibva vana vezimbabwe, just to be patient. That is what I was told. Just be patient. Ndozvandakaudzawo kukuudzai. No further details. Saka musandinetseka. Ndoda kuti vanhu vanenge vachitoexpecta kuti inini ndibva ndavaudza kuti ndibva ndavapa nyika yacho. I can't do that. Right, our viewers, ministers, here we go. Here we go. To those who are asking us what is happening right now, Chichi Rukuitika Igozino, the tracks that we're seeing, they have been confirmed. So my tracks are confirmed. Zvinhu zviri kutoitika zveshuwa izvezvezvi. And I will be giving you, I look forward to giving you more updates from Comrade Geza and the people vari behind the scenes. Vasina mazita. Right. Just picking up something here. My apologies. Kuna munhu vasina mazita ka vasingataure mazita ka. Munoda kuti ndikuudzei mazita avo. Munoda kuti ndikuudzei mazita avo here. Handingakuudzei mazita avo, ndongokuudzai zvinhu zvandinenge ndanzwa izvozvo. Kuna vamwe vatinokupai mazita, vamwe hatitaure mazita. Maibata. And this is how ZANU-PF does its elections. Saka munofanira kuziva kuti ndiyo real election yakuitwa right now iyi. Someone says that. Right, okay. People, you need to know every country. This is one very painful thing that people don't want to be told, right? Every country has got its own challenges. I mean, UK has got its challenges, right? America has got its challenges. I want to be frank. I don't want to go to the States, even right now. And because there are things that I'm not happy about there, right? Even when Biden was there, I wasn't interested in going there, even for holiday, because there's stuff that I'm not happy about. Look, America is a country, it's totally different country. It's Ines Venezuela, that that are great, but America has also got its own things that just don't make sense. Like I don't get it, German. I don't get it how in the United States every citizen has got a gun. I don't get it. I don't get it. When sometimes when people are not happy with something, a whole community can come out and they can gang up against a police station. Like citizens can actually do that in the states. Now it's their culture. Now gun ownership is a right. You can't take it away from the Americans. It's their culture. It's their society. And it's stuff that I'm not happy about, right? But it's real, folks. It is government, folks. It is government. And this is what Zimbabwe is like. And there are things that we can change. There are certain things that we could perhaps people could just try and change. But there's one thing that cannot be denied. That my power is in Zimbabwe. The real power in Zimbabwe is not with Mnangagwa. No. Power has never been in Mnangagwa's hands. Mnangagwa only temporarily seized it. No, this is a fact. You can't deny. It's just a fact. That's just what it is. Whether you like it or not, folks, that's just what it is. Power is with the masses, is with the people. Get it. Live with it. You might not like it, but live with it, mate. Ndozvazviri. Kuda kuti tiite sei? Ndokune masimba acho. I'm just gonna play some more footage. I've got a wee bit more here. I think it's over here. Stay holding, stay holding. I've got some more footage here that I'm dropping. Right, folks, those who are on video, I can see we've got quite a large. So I'm just picking up something. Hold on. Right, I'm uploading more footage here because we've got actually another one way longer than this. Right. So before Nyasha speaks, we've got people who've joined on Twitter Space right now. Those who are on video, you're probably going to better benefit more if you come to Twitter, if you come to X, because there at least you can speak. Right. Musango gara pakuona apa munongo mchunguona video, but you can't speak. Right. Um, I'm bringing some more footage here. Some more footage is coming through. Okay. So quickly. Right. Good morning to you, obvious listeners. My name is Simba Chikanza. Beaming to you live on Zimai. And early this morning, Okay, someone is saying we can't hear anything on Zoom Trends. You can't hear. Can you confirm? So people are saying they can't hear. Are you sure you can't hear? Right? Are you sure you can't hear me over there? And Sister, we can't hear. Okay, someone is breaking out. Someone is saying they're hearing me, but Ndrigo breaker that I'm breaking. So I'm going to try and improve my connection, right? So that my connection is better. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think they're saying they can hear me now better. Okay, thank you. At least people can hear me now. Right. So Zimbabwe's a nation around the world. Thank you very much. My name is Simba Chikanza beaming to you live. It is nearly 12 afternoon in beautiful country Zimbabwe, and I'm going to quickly drop something so that we know we come to up to speed. We get up to speed with what's happening. we are. So Comrade Nikwagana says here, there is a scheduled exercise to test equipment which is taking place today. Nothing to be concerned about. The testing equipment will test on what and on who and for what. When was the last time any of you, those who are in Harare, tell me, right? Because I haven't been in Harare in a few years, right? Tell me, when was the last time you saw military trucks testing equipment? Why is it taking years to test the equipment? Right? I understand. Nyasha, what are you reading? Nyasha. Yeah, what are you reading? Miss Nick Mangwana says equipment iri kutestwa nani? Well, I'm just wondering here. Where I don't know where you are, Nyasha, right? I don't know if you want to disclose. Some people don't want to disclose where they are, right? But I'm in South Africa right now. Oh, you're in South, right? When were you last in Zimbabwe? Less than a month ago. I was in Zimbabwe less than a month ago. Okay, right. So do you habitually live in South Africa or you have been living predominantly in Zimbabwe? No, I do live in South Africa most of my time. Right. When I just come to Zimbabwe, so but you're definitely way closer to Zimbabwe than me, right? You're just on the border. Okay. So yes, yeah, so tell me, when was the last time that you saw military trucks roaming in Zimbabwe testing equipment, test exercise? The last time that we saw the military equipment on the streets, it was in November 2017. And something so we were testing our equipment in November 2017, correct? We are again testing again. Umbotesta aumboza kuti equipment dzinonaka sei. Since it is military equipment, we do not have war in Zimbabwe, so sometimes we need to check if they are working. Otherwise, they might sell us material which is not working. So let them test what if it is working. Right, right. Mr. Nyoni, good morning.
Good morning, Siba.
Well, it's good afternoon here in Harare. I know you are Murukuchando guy mimi. Kuharare kuno tiri kutesta military equipment. Muri kuzviziva here tiri kumbotesta kuti saka hurumende yakonfirma panapa kuti hapana zviripo kana Nyoni musangoukura social media apo. Ndingati tiri ingotesta military equipment.
Saka tanzi tiite manje.
Aiwa tiri kumbotesta because mota dzinoda kumbotestwa kuti dzichiri kufamba here because dzinogona kuita ngura.
Where are you?
Zvese nepfuti dzoda kumboti dzimbotestwa mbijana.
So where are you?
Tirimo kamuharare ndozvandiri kubvunza kuti tiri kumbotesta military equipment. Zvanzi nehurumende tiri kumbotesta military equipment.
Ya tanga manditaridza chivhayo akabatwa akaiswa simbi kumwe maoko ari kumashure. That's the only time I can believe your story.
Right. Saka regai timbokuratidzai video iro rimoona vanhu vakawanda vafilma mavideos aya. Zvanzi nehurumende muri kuona statement riri pascreen rakairo. Kwaine hurumende, there is a scheduled exercise to test equipment which is taking place today. Nothing to be concerned about. Saka regai timbotesta Vanyoni, imi munonyanya kunetsa munodhua kuda kungotsvaga maconspiracy pasina.
Tanyarara hedu isusu tiri vatoni Blair.
Right. Regai tidai so right. Those who are in Harare, come on, come in because traumbonzwa kwamuri kuti zvinhu zvakamira sei. Kiddos, where are you? Kiddos Venicus.
Simba.
Kiddos, finish us.
Hello, Simba.
Yes, we've got someone called Kiddos. Kiddos, are you there? You can open your microphone. Okay, Kiddos is quiet. Right, okay, Kiddos, if you come in, when you want to speak, just wink or start speaking. Right, we're just going to quickly play the footage. Right, and then we'll put the link here.
Hello, Simba.
Yes,
Hello.
17. How many tanks have you counted?
Okay. I didn't count. Can I come in later as I'm busy for now?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so I've counted 17.
Okay.
18.
So when are you next live?
I think I'm going to be live for a good part of the day.
Okay. I'll come back later.
19,
Okay.
20, 21. Somebody's saying they're going for maintenance. 22. Right. Right. So nearly 20 trucks here that we've counted. I think, yeah, over 20 trucks that are Verenga so far. What do you say about these Zimbabweans? Sorry?
Training pakati zvinogona kutonaka izvozvo. Nyika yanogona kutongosununguka. Nyika yanga isununguke. Zvinogona kunaka.
Mnangagwa's biggest mistake. Mnangagwa's biggest mistake was rushing to change the constitution. He should have waited to do it in 2028. That was his biggest mistake. Dopa akanya papa. Bruenyu. Let me just do this. Let me just do this, obvious witnesses. Here we go. We're done here. Mnangagwa Pakakanya, this is what I can tell you right now, was rushing to change the constitution. To make himself life president. That was his biggest mistake. Ndopa akanya papa ndopa azvipedzera masports papa. Mnangagwa. Ipapa pokungomhanya. Nakumhanya unofunga kuti vanhu vesa vanenge vakakumirira iwe woita life president. Vanhu vese, you think these people who fought during the liberation struggle are just going to fall back and just say, well, continue ruling, president. It's been very clear, ladies and gents, very clear in the statement that was released by a soldier, and we published it here on ZimEye. A soldier who clearly stated that Mnangagwa's move to want to change the constitution is going to call for constitutional, what do you call it? Kutritwa constitutionally. It's going to need to be there's going to need to be an implementation of the constitution on him. Something, hold on, please. My apologies.
Ajeni ninguém pagar dele. Já, vocês não do nada isso. Ninguém não zoom. Ninguém.
Ipopa akazukanya ipapa imasoni papa. Wanting to appoint himself life president and lie to the people that he
Ninguém ganha isso número. As número.
We're going to show you Zimbabweans the statement that was released by a military officer. I know some people. We're also going to show Zimbabweans a statement by the military, a military officer a few days ago, 2 weeks ago, that was very clear as to the timing of an implementation. So we're going to put it through so that people have context. We need to have context on what's happening. It's important. Don't just follow events without context. So I'm just pulling it up. Hold on, please. Just be patient with me, please. Here we go. So we're just going to pull it up here. We contacted the army. The ZDF. Okay, hold on. Hold on. So we're just putting it up here. Hold on, please. Okay, so we're just putting it down, You were there last night, Thomas. And do you remember what I said last night?
I remember very well. I had that question and I remember what you said very well.
Yes.
You
And
remember my question, right?
I think so. I think so. I think I remember your question. I think so. Yeah. It's been a very busy night. I haven't even exercised. And then, long before I've even washed my face, and then all of a sudden I see all this.
Yeah, with what's unfolding today, yeah, I don't believe you guys because I was saving some houses. But no, something's unfolding now.
Mhm.
I believe what you said initially, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, but I'm listening now.
Yeah, the way Zanupi do their thing and the way you
Zulu.
folks do your thing, Makasiana, you're different.
Yeah,
Makasiana. Makasiana. And people don't get that. It's just like, when you look at the United States, the way they do their elections in the United States, it's unique to them. The way they live in the States, right? It's unique to them. I wouldn't want to go and live in the States, because there are guns all over. You can have an argument with someone and they can finish the argument with a trigger. It's their culture. I'm not going to judge the Americans, but it's their culture. Don't bring you out. Doma cities. Isusu tunokwana papi, isusu anazimajikana.
Training here, but since no one do knock as yeah, I don't know Zoom. You can guys no. That's no more.
I'm the robber. But I know Mr. Chikumbutso since 2010.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some of his models. I even saw some kind of charger yakagadzira charges questions at PTO ndakaiona first hand. So I don't know how he's an armed robber because I don't know maybe what kind of state house area to write armed robber. Can you clarify on that one, Mr. Mata? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ko va Emerson Mnanga kwa makambo waona.
Doctor, I can hear you, but on the issue Chikumbutso, the guy is just an imposter. The guy, I don't know, now, yes, you might have seen what you saw, but then the things that were shown, even when I was state house, but still, I'm not as a president, it's something that you can even look for on the internet. This thing, it's really on the internet, is being sold. It's readily available, but then when it comes to Zimbabwe, it's been sold invented by someone, yet it has already been invented by a different company. So now we are made to believe Chikumbutso made something different, but it's real. And the guy, we know, the guy is just, there is something around it. This guy has been paraded for a long time. It was paraded so many years ago. But there is this guy who can do this and do this and do this. But none of his products, we've never seen them on the road. We've never seen any of them materialize. Because when government they've recognized you are better at this, you can do this and this and this and this. I'm sure you get funded, you get sponsors, you get things, you go to church, you so now we know dealership. Right in Zimbabwe, it reduces the growth capacity we want, but we don't see all those things. But each and every time Chikumbutso comes and being paraded to to the public, Chikumbuzo has done this, Chikumbuzo has done this, but none of those things are happening. I don't know if you know any dealership, particularly in Harare, in Guero, in Chari, where you can go and buy a car, then I
Ajeni nyingi bakalide. Zinzongo no do na ke
acknowledge your concern, Mr. Mata, but I heard the story. He was telling me approached my government agency entities. I should try about marketing my products. Then he was taken down. He chose to go to South Africa, and he was hosted in a very beautiful hotel. My ideas agree. I blocked it. My minister said, Botswana. But is it not a case equity government here to down someone can initiative as long as you are not connected to the actual top echelons of the system?
Let me make it clear to you. Maxwell Chikumbuzo is the one who is connected to the system. Maxwell Chikumbuzo, Emerson Mnangagwa told you he has been supported by Mnangagwa since day one, making those fake products that you're claiming you work. None of those products are on sale anywhere right now, 9 days after his product launch. The 2 cars that he has and the 2 motorbikes, he bought them from South Africa, not even from the manufacturer in China. There are only 6 Kai cars in Zimbabwe, 2 of whom are owned by Maxwell Chikumbuzo. 2 are owned by Econet and Net1. And the 2 others are taxis in the country. Chikumbuzo has got only 2 Kai cars. And none, even the 2 vehicles that Chikumbuzo has right now, he is not selling them. He has sold nothing. The GPM, so-called green power grid machine, that he sold a white businessman in 2020 is not even working. And the same machine, he has told us publicly that it is not the machine that he displayed in 2016. And he has clearly stated he does not have a machine that powers 300 houses. He doesn't even have a machine that powers 1 house. His own house is powered by Zesa. And the Chikumbuzo even used a diesel generator. 3 months ago, at his second wife's funeral, he used a diesel generator. The only product that Maxwell Chikumbuzo has to his name that he could potentially call his invention is an unlicensed firearm during his armed robbery cases. His products that you are claiming are fake. Number 1. Maxwell Chikumbuzo himself is a fake person. There's no one who is called Maxwell Chikumbuzo in Zimbabwe. His real name is Sangulani Chikumbuzo. Send him money today, and you see that the only person who receives the money is Sangulani Chikumbuzo. Sangulani Chikumbuzo is an armed robber who is out on bail right now. He's a very, very dangerous armed robber who is out on bail and who is connected to the president, who on ZBC announced with the president, and the president himself announced that he has been supported by the president since day one. So for over 9 years, the president has been giving 3 million of your public money to an armed robber. Why give 3 million to an armed robber? To make fake products. If that armed robber is being presented as an inventor. He's not being presented as an inventor so that he can kill more people. Someone who is well known to have gangs, who has been proven by the courts of Zimbabwe, not the courts of America, of Britain, not proven by Zim-I journalists, no, but proven by the competent courts of Zimbabwe, as much as whatever that you can say about them, that he has got an unlicensed firearm. He's a dangerous armed robber. And you have to be a criminal yourself, or you are downright ignorant for you to claim that Maxwell Chikumbutso is an inventor of anything. Maybe perhaps we should tell the army about you, your own identity, because they are not messing about. I'm not connected to the army, but maybe we should tell them, because you are perhaps one of those people who are wanting to endanger our population by spreading fake news that Maxwell Chikumbutso is an inventor who must be trusted. Very soon, anyone who posts Maxwell Chikumbutso is an inventor will be reported. Very soon. Because you are, yes, you are endangering vulnerable people. I have got people right now, right now, because of Maxwell Chikumbutso, and you are busy going on social media claiming he invented something. Ndiratidze one product izvozviso ndiitenge, ndinokupa mari yachona izvozviso, buritsa mota yachona izvozvo ndiitenge, buritsa drone racho ndokutenga ndokuisira mari muaccount izvozvo. Stop spreading fake news. Buritsa zita rako panapa nechitupa chako, because kwataenda uku kunopisa uku. I'm not connected to the army, but let me tell you, if the army is enforcing law enforcement, ndinobva ndangovapa izvozviso zita rako, mazita enyu ese mese muri kuspreada fake news kuti Maxwell Chikumbutso is invented anything. Ndiri kuvapa izvozviso within seconds from now. Tikuyanikei. Mona kuti vanhu vabirwe. Munhu akaropa mapetrol stations ana murefu petrol stations mararo. Busy spreading fake news. Uya panapa, buritsa zita rako. Ndatopfeka gear rangu because no right now. Nasi I'm not messing about. Ndadzokera mugear rangu rari ndanga ndiri before makore aya. And the Maxwell Chikumbutso munhu waHubert Anjo, he wants to make Hubert Anjo, he proposed to Mnangagwa to make Hubert Anjo prime minister. What type of an inventor is that? Anoproposa kuti a fraudster anonzi Hubert Anjo aite prime minister. Ndiyo ma-inventions ake, hakuna, there's no one who is even called Maxwell Chikumbutso. Maxwell Chikumbutso is a fake person. So you need to understand, when the army start doing these things, they have stated clearly in bold, what they are doing is law enforcement. I might not like the army, what they do here and there, but hear me, if they are doing what they're doing by the Constitution, I will publish it. And I will also give them your name. If you are one of those people who is spreading fake news, damaging our people, endangering the population by claiming well-known armed robbers who have been found to be possessing unlicensed firearms in Zimbabwe, I will give them your names. Izvozvi taura zita raMaxwell Chikumbutso futi uone zvandinoita. Uchaona manumbers andinochadhaila izvozvi so.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Matsa, I think you are being too emotional. But to discuss nyaya yekuti inini ndikuudzewo zvinhu zvandakaona panguva
yandakaona. Chiburitsa chindipo chitupa chako. Can you give me your ID, please? I need two things from you. I need an ID, your birth certificate, number one, and then number two, I need your product. I want to buy that product right now. Stop talking. Give me right now. I will give you the money and bring Maxwell Chikumbutso. Bring that product right now and I'll buy it. After that, I'm going to submit your name to the army. Izos, right now.
I'm not sure if
I said, if you fail to give me, if you fail, yes, this space is a public space. We are here to safeguard the public. If you don't give me three things, your ID, your birth certificate copy, number three, the product, I want you to give me the product so that I will buy it myself. Ya Maxwell Chikumbutso. That you're claiming that a fake person called Maxwell Chikumbutso has got a product to his name. If you fail to provide me these three things, I'm going to submit your Twitter account to the army right now. I'm serious. I'm not joking, my brother. I'm not talking on Twitter. Okay? I am telling you, this is a public space. You are spreading fake news that an armed robber who is well known, who is not even called Maxwell Chikumbutso, an well-known armed robber who was found, he possesses an unlicensed firearm, an armed robber who has been found guilty in the courts of Zimbabwe to be possessing an unlicensed firearm, who Mnangagwa claims is an inventor. You are continuing to spread fake news that this person is an inventor of something. So I need these three things. If you're not going to speak and provide these things, you might as well drop. But I'm definitely tagging your Twitter account and I'm definitely giving it to the army. Israel. Okay, send me a copy of your ID. Send me a copy of your ID right now. Yes, send me a copy of your ID because I am sending. The next thing that you're going to have to do, if you're near an army base somewhere, is to go and submit yourself. Because if you don't, they're going to, very soon, they're going to have your ID. And so thank you very much. Because it's the army who are now dealing with this. You have continued to spread fake news that an armed robber who is not even called Maxwell Chikumbutso. There's no one in this country who's called Maxwell Chikumbutso. You are claiming that this armed robber is an inventor. You have continued to claim, and you know that your spreading is going to endanger more people. It's going to subject more citizens to armed robberies. So that is not a small thing. And I'm also making this statement to the public. Anyone who posts a man called Maxwell Chikumbutso and claims this person is an inventor, I'm going to document your names because you are spreading dangerous fake news that was introduced by Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, who is not even a member of ZANU-PF, Mr. Mnangagwa himself, but that is a discussion for another day. So you're spreading fake news that Maxwell Chikumbutso is a real person and that he is an inventor when he is clearly an armed robber, proven by the courts that he is a dangerous armed robber with an unlicensed firearm. We are going to be tagging down your names, your Twitter accounts, your Facebook IDs, everything, and we're going to hand them to law enforcement. Unfortunately, law enforcement right now is not ZRP, is not the local police. And you know who they are. They are the higher police of Zimbabwe. Tiri kuvapa vemauto vachona, we're going to hand your names to the army because all of you, you are operating another a dangerous militant group that is led and coordinated by Maxwell Chikumbutso. Tiri kutozviita. Thank you very much. Right, next, Dr. Tigere. Right, our Snama ID, you didn't give me your birth certificate and your ID, so I'm going to remove you from the space. Please step down, and I've given you the caution. Thank you. Right, Dr. Tigere. Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Right. I'm sure some of these people vane kunguuya vachingotiteerera vachida kunzwa zvatinotaura, like kuda kutepa zvatinotaura so that we can counter what he said. But what we are trying to say here is just one easy and simple thing. The man Maxwell Chikumbutso has been proved to be an armed robber, and then this man has been displayed to the public like some sort of an inventor. Yet we do not see any products of his So ndiripo ushamisika ndinoti someone achitaura ari kuti vakatomboona uchaja yakaichichaja by the heartbeat, but still we haven't seen all those things. And now in a country iri kutambudzika to an extent with 16 hours, 16 to 18 hours a day of no electricity. We have the resources, but kuva nemagetsi kumamisha is something chinoshamisira. Kuva nemagetsi munzvimbo dzamunogara, as long as ukangoenda kumaruzeva, something chinotoshamisira. Yet in other countries, it's like a right. It's even a right for a human being to have electricity in their house. But it shows that there are some people who are inventing things. These discussions. I was surprised that you told with this other guy, but I had that.
Right, those on Twitter, those on video, can you hear? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Right, I was speaking to this guy. He's into the retail. I check his on Memo shop market shop. I check it on Louis Vuitton, Gucci, shop market. How do you sell this lamps? It was normal for Harare. When I took out my phone and online, the price a Louis Vuitton t-shirt. Why? Because our country is with no laws. As long as we are connected, the best law that you can. Someone, and then I'm okay. We trade gold in every 52 districts of Zimbabwe. They are gold. They are gold deposits in every district of Zimbabwe. But how do we benefit from that? No, we don't benefit anything. Only we can see the helicopters, Zana president, Zena Sinochora, gold. Varuku privatizers and public. Fidelity is being privatized because it's being owned by people, and corruption so publicly. The gold mafia, but we never saw anything. Yet some people, they will still stand and say, no, you would still find someone like we are still standing with the Mnangagwa. Yet that guy is it's very painful. It's very painful. If you see, look at them, they don't accept they've looted enough. These people, they don't accept. If you go to his rural home, the one he doesn't even go openly is Sharon. If you go and see the house that he built in Sharon, that house could have the man that was used.
anything to show for themselves, because in Zimbabwe it's becoming normal, but people are still out there supporting the same system. I don't understand. Back to you, Mr. Chen.
Training yeye pakati zvinogona kutonaka izvozvi. Nyika yagona kutongosununguka.
I apologize. I was just doing some housekeeping here. My apologies, folks. Just doing some housekeeping here. Quickly, as I announced there of your witnesses, I'm hoping that people can hear me. Those who are on video, who are watching the video stream, I hope you can hear. If you want to say something, you want to join and say something, come to Twitter space. Okay. If you want to hear something, if you want to speak, say something. Those on video, to say something. Right. So if you want to say something, click Zimai on Twitter X. So if you want to say something, those who are on video, you can click on Zimai Twitter X. Right. So quickly, of yours witnesses, just doing a little bit of housekeeping here. And I was just mentioning earlier on that the biggest mistake by Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa was to move to change the constitution. To try and change the constitution. Well, that was the biggest mistake. Kaitwa na Emerson. That wasn't advisable. Akaita mkomana uyu wamuti mkomana uyu wekushavana uyu. Wandaigara kuudzai makore aya ese aya kuti murume uyu mukomana uyu kwa ndimambara mukuru. He is notorious. He's not just notorious. He's the reason why I investigated gold mafia, started the gold mafia investigation in 2015. And I had no clue at that time that things were going to get to this far. When I started with Hubert Angel back then, I had no clue that it was going to get this deep. And also, when I confronted Kamlesh Patni, the Kenyan Indian, in October, on the 9th of October 2018, via phone, and proved it that he is smuggling gold, I had no clue that we would get to where we are now, where Mnangagwa has not only been thoroughly exposed on the gold mafia investigation, but also Mnangagwa would get worse, would even get to the point, after being assisted by Kamlesh Patni to rig elections and the like, that he would get to the point of eventually moving to change the constitution, and then angering the military. And as you can see, the statements are very clear. Several weeks ago, we posted a cartoon on the network, and the cartoon had a Mnangagwa titled "A President of Gigananda." Right, so there's a Mnangagwa character there on top, sitting on top of, or just sitting on the shoulders of a fat-bellied Wikneo Chivayo. Aside, Gigandanga, right? That is Chiwenga, sitting on top of the arms, of the hands of soldiers. And so we stated there are two presidents in the country, whether you like it or not. Kana usingazvione izvozvo, kana usingazvinzwisisa meno ako, ndo nyika yachona, ndo zvaingori. And so Mnangagwa's move to want to change the constitution so that he can stay in power forever, stay in power into 2030. But it was very clear the context around it was to make Mnangagwa a life president. This is what has made this sudden shift. Right. When I spoke to Blessed Geza last night, it was made clear to me by him that things are happening. People should just be patient. Ingoitai patient. Zvinhu kana zvaakuitika hazviannounce izvizvi. Masports achona anotongoitika ipapo. That's how we got to midnight. I ended up sleeping very late. My body is actually struggling right now as we speak. But I'm going to be just taking people through for a few minutes, and then I'll be cutting. I'll be back shortly because I've got a look at some extra busy other things that I need to attend to. And then Shatzoka later on, and I'll also give you an update from Geza himself. Yeah, but yeah, Zvinhu zvachona. Oh, by the way, I just want to tell you as well, when what you mentioned about Gold Mafia, Geza has stated it to me that that case is going to be revived. He has made it very clear to me. Musafunge kuti investigation yeGold Mafia yakapera. He has made it very clear kuti tiri kuzoimutsa nyaya iyoyo very soon, anytime. So I'm hoping that people are getting this right. Those who are on video, I'm hoping that you're in it. I'm going to do some roundup for about 10 minutes, folks, and then by past, I'll be done and dusted because I have to go. But okay, right. Who's next here to speak? Who's next to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hi. Yeah, Murise, I can hear you now.
Right.
So tell me something. When we were speaking earlier on, the person who was, because I couldn't tell, Twitter couldn't tell me, the person who was campaigning for Maxwell Chikumbus, is that person calling himself Dr. Tigere? Is that correct?
Yes, that was the same person.
Yeah, that must be an armed robber. Because my armed robbers, I told him my armed robbers,
they support each other.
Yes, vatori ma-armed robbers. Saka vari kuona kuti gemu ravo raburitswa. Saka ndachitaura kuti munhu wese ari kungonyora kuti Maxwell Chikumbutso is an inventor. Munhu iyeye tiri kutotora mazita ake. That's why ndadhimanda ID yake. Tiri kutora mazita ake totomuendesa straight kuarmy. And handisi kutombojoka.
Yeah. Yeah, because right. Someone
is saying here, Simba, tell us of the present, what's happening. From where I am, helicopters are hovering about. Helicopter are hover about. Wow. Right. Mashinge, Kupi, where exactly is that? Which place is that?
It's only in Zimbabwe. One take a motor for over $15 million. Yet our hospitals do not have medicine. We do not have cancer treatment machines. We do not have ambulances. You have to pay for an ambulance. For you to get an ambulance, you have to pay something that you are supposed to be given for free as a taxpayer in a country.
Mm.
And we are paying for all those things.
Mm.
So you will be surprised, you will be surprised. Clinic doesn't have paracetamol,
no,
painkillers and antibiotics. A clinic doesn't have those. A clinic doesn't have a car just for running errands. They don't have a car for running errands at a clinic. It's very painful in a country which is very rich in minerals like that. It's very painful.
Yeah.
People are being forced to live to lead lives. It's still normal. We cannot say that it is normal. It's not normal. Yeah, you find this is a teacher, this is a nurse, but a teacher and a nurse. In other countries, just go a teacher or a nurse, it's a job you not respect. Yeah, it's a job you not respect. If you come to South Africa, a teacher, just go on the pamba pana teacher. It's something you not expect of.
Somebody's saying here, it's raining this side. Maybe the army wants to stop the rain. Who knows? Amaroto pamvura kuti isageze
Yeah,
nyika.
maybe they are
Maybe
trying
they are
to.
responding. Maybe they are responding. Maybe they've come for the rain. Maybe they have come for the rain that is gathering the country.
Yeah, and they are watching the helicopters since the country doesn't have the water supply. They are watching the helicopters with the rain. Since they said they are testing all the machines, so now the helicopters are being watched. They've been taken for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, this is serious. It's quite stressful, I must say. But so people will get to know. But we've attempted our best. That's why you notice that we've been holding these programs since last week,
Yes.
and we have tried our best to give people the most accurate detail and headgear, make it clear that chinhu chaipa ichi chinhu chichi, saka vanhu ngavasaora mwoyo, vanhu ngavasafunge zvimwe zvese izvozvo. Chinhu chava kuda kutoita ichichi.
Why is this guy Chivayo? He is one of the people that we want to see first.
Sorry?
Where is this guy, Weakness Chivayo? We want to see this guy first. Since Chinuchaiva, we want to see Weakness Chivayo.
Hey, I'm with you. Now we're going to get there. We're going to get there very soon.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. This is what is going to help to conclude Jesus' ideas.
Yeah, because these people, they are making our lives living here. You know, it's not nice living in other countries. But then sometimes situations force you. Yes, situations they force you. Do you know, if I can tell you, his son, what is his name? This guy, the one who is in the military, the Mnangagwa son. He was at my son's school in December. You know, you'll be surprised. They were giving prizes. My son was also receiving a prize for his academic excellence. He's still young, but then he was receiving also. But you know, you'll be surprised that these guys, they come with a convoy of cars. They have everything at their disposal. But now, if they look at the schools that they are coming to give prizes, and the things that they are giving children as prizes at those schools, and if they look at the state of the infrastructure at the schools, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised now that these guys, they think it's normal. They've done a great job. Can actually just 3 books and a ruler and a pen. A very big job. You know, when I told the mother of my child, I said, no, I don't accept those things. I'll buy my son his stationery. You have to go to school, it's fine. Yeah, you know, I was surprised. You know, so they even publish it. They even try to put it on the news that the president's son was giving prizes at the school. But if you look at the infrastructure of those schools, if you look at the distance that our children are walking to school, you'll be surprised. You know, over 40 years after independence, we still have kids who are walking 7, 8 kilometers, 10 kilometers to school on a daily basis. Yet they are saying that they are ruling. They are leading a country that no. You know, even our kids now, they can't go to school if you don't pay school fees. 40 years after independence, where is the taxpayers' money? Where is it going? If the government can't fund schools, if the government can't fund free public education, even if it was just for primary and secondary education, because most kids are just not affording to go. Their parents are not affording to take them to school. Just primary and secondary education, they are failing. What more about university education?
Chini say headline ichichi. Maybe the army has arrived to meet the rain that is gathering the country.
No,
Chini say, eh?
yeah, I don't know.
Eh?
With capital letters.
Sorry?
With capital letters. And you have to check Nicky Mangwana.
Yes.
Yes, you have to check Nicky Mangwana. We want to hear what he's going to say.
Right. Right.
He always has something to say.
Yes. And the helicopters don't fly for over 30 minutes in one place.
This person, I don't want my helicopters.
Murikupi mana France. France, where exactly are you?
Has he responded?
Yes, Panapa. Where are you, France Tole? Where are you seeing the helicopter staying in one place for 30 minutes?
And he's right. Helicopters do not fly in one place for over 30 minutes. No, they don't. It's either they are looking for something or they are going to get something in that area. There is something important in that area. You might not know the exact location, but you have to know it's surrounding that area.
Right.
Now they are still testing. I don't understand where is Nicky Mangwana. Maybe he's looking for a way out. He's looking for transport for living. So he doesn't have any access to the port so that he can try.
Hello, man. Chacha chini chichi. Right. Folks, I was just announcing there, and I was saying anyone who is calling Makto Chukumbutso an inventor, that person on social media, we want your names. We're going to submit your names to law enforcement. Unfortunately, the law enforcement that is in operation right now, there are different kind of law enforcement. Raw enforcement iri kushanda right now. Sorry?
Looks like I might drive to Zimbabwe very soon. Looks like I might drive to Zimbabwe very soon.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi, how are you, Simba?
Are you the Lulu week now? Chimbo Tiuzao. Which private jet are you in?
I'm actually from Mancheke, but no, I'm not Lulu for week now.
We don't need you from Mancheke in the private jet.
No, I can't. My health issues, they can't allow me to stay in a jet, man.
Wow. So
Okay.
Lulu, are you in the country? Are you seeing these helicopters and trucks? Tell me.
I am in the country, but yeah, not exactly in the city. But then this question I really wanted to ask. So, okay. I saw this other interview, Comrade Gezas, and he mentioned that Mnangagwa should deformalize the cabinet which is there, so that he can fit in. And he also wants bodyguards, he also wants big cars, he also wants to be recognized, he also wants a piece of it. It got me worried.
Right.
It got me worried.
Right.
To the extent that, I want to try to understand that we are in this together. We want to fight for our freedom. But if he declares that that's what he is actually fighting for, whilst the hospitals are empty, whilst the youth are roaming around sticking to drugs, whilst there are no jobs, economy is in shambles. So is this kind of manifesto our leader is working with?
Right. Okay. Okay. I need you to just briefly repeat that because that is an important question. I tried to answer it yesterday, but I think you need to repeat it here. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I said I watched this other interview Comrade Gesa recently made.
Yes.
He said he wants Mnangagwa to deformalize the cabinet, which is here now. He wants him to make sure it dissolves. Then he can start afresh, including him. He also wants to be recognized. He wants bodyguards. He wants big cars. He wants a piece of it. He wants to be involved. It got me very, very worried because I wanted to understand that he is there for people. He is there to fight for our people. But if he wants a piece of the loot, a piece of gold mafia you were fighting for, he wants to be involved in this kind of such. What are we doing? Are we not repeating the 2017?
I see. Okay. So let me make it clear something to you, some context here. Context always helps. Now, I'm speaking from a position of someone who knows Comrade Geza, who also knows mainly his colleagues that are on that panel, on that Geza panel, and also as someone who also knows the Rhodesia CIO and special branch that Emerson Mnangagwa comes from. I spent over 10, if not 11 years with members of the Rhodesia Special Branch and the Rhodesia CIO who trained Mnangagwa. I was even invited to Dan Stannard's home, literally, before he died. So that's how close I have been to these people. What I'm relating to you now is this. When Geza said that he also wants a car, he also wants to become a minister, this is what I know was on his mind. This project of the liberation struggle was stolen from the comrades in 1975. When Herbert Chitepo was killed and Ndabaningi Sitole was replaced by Emerson Mnangagwa, excuse me, I made a mistake there, was replaced by the agents who were pushed by the Rhodesia Special Branch to replace Ndabaningi Sitole. When that happened in 1975, you notice there is a video recording of the comrades announcing that the revolution has been killed in 1975. So you need to understand, it wasn't taken when Emerson Mnangagwa became president. Chinuchavo was taken in 1975. It was taken, yeah. So if you can Google a war veteran called Karen Kazingizi, just Google Karen Kazingizi, Mnangagwa. She makes it clear that Emerson Mnangagwa is an assassin. He is actually a mercenary of Ian Smith, who was offloaded onto the comrades as a fake.
I read about that somewhere.
Yeah. So if you can go back again and watch that video again, you can see her anger. What she's saying is that our thing was stolen. So everything else that happened after that, including Gukra Hundi, it was an intelligence operation by the special branch members who were trying to revenge on Joshua Nkomo, who was backed by Russia. So you need to look at it at that these are the dynamics of what is happening. Chinuchavo is not a car, it's not a minister's post. It's the liberation project. that they're saying Chakatorwa and Dechedu. So the type of people that he's speaking to, he's bragging about or communicating with are not you and I. It's this class of people. He's telling Mnangagwa, Ndechangu chinichocho, isusu, we should be there in government. So when you listen to Karen Kazingizi, she actually said it as well, that there is no one right now who is in government who was a fighter, who was trained. Akusisina, there is no one. She actually said the last person was Simon Muzenda, who died when? When did Simon Muzenda die? More than 20 years ago.
Yeah, 2003.
Yeah, sure, so you need to understand. So that is what they're saying. They're saying Mnangagwa is not part of us. We don't know him. So when they say,
but these are the same people who endorsed him. These are the same people who made us believe that this is the best we can get for now. But okay, see, I understood.
That was their mistake. That was their mistake.
Yeah,
and I think they've made it clear. They've learned that this is our mistake. But I'm answering you why he said Chinuchedu Ichichi. It's not like he wants a car. As far as I know, Blessed Geza has got enough money to buy any car. But the issue
if in the interview he actually asked him, like, you also have a hotel, you have cars, absolutely. Why do you want more?
The thing is, it's an expression to call his mates, his peers at that level, at his own level, to say, look, this is our thing. You, my comrades, you should be ministers, not necessarily me. We are the ones who are supposed to be there. What's happening is that Mnangagwa is bragging with thieves, with people who are imposters. So Chinundechedu Ichi, and you yourself, Lulu, could also say Chinundechangu Ichi Intruda Mota Intruda minister. You could also say that.
No, I don't want this, but this freebies. We want to wait for it. We want to wait in the part where we.
No, absolutely. But if you're going to be communicating with Mnangagwa at this stage, as at today, the 19th of February, you could also say that yourself. Why? Because you're simply saying, look, Mnangagwa, you're abusing state resources. It's not like you want a car. It's not like you want a job. You want a minister's job. But you're simply saying,
in 2017, Simba, I was in South Africa when the coup happened. And I was one of the people who was on the national TV in South Africa, on SABC, explaining why we really wanted Mugabe to go by that time. I was on the national TV carrying a baby. I was having a small baby by that time. And after that, Mnangagwa, he came to South Africa, one-on-one with the president at the embassy, Zimbabwean embassy. I was there. He promised to happen at which he never delivered. Some of the things which he promised that they'll be gone, please come back home for business. Zimbabwe is open for business. We didn't see it coming. So I just want to make sure that we are going in this same struggle with the same mindset. Like before. We want Zimbabwe to be totally free. We don't want to have baked Zimbabwe anymore. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. We don't want some half-baked beans anymore. We want the full Zimbabwe to come back. I'm sure the masses of Zimbabwe are tired. We are tired. We don't want to go into everyday struggle we are facing in Zimbabwe. We are tired. But one thing I am telling you is we are ready. We are ready. So my mind to ground in the remote Zimbabwe. I don't stay in Zimbabwe, but we are ready. You know what? This is going on. I want to be there. I want to go to I was there when this happened. We fought for this freedom. We fought for it back then. We want to be there with them. We want them to groom mama, youth Zimbabwe. They should be selfish in their power. We are going to take back Chinuchedu and be placed in this. No. These are our oldies. These are our old people. They need to groom this. They don't have to keep on taking the same strategy right now. They are very old and they keep on holding to power. We don't want that anymore. My streets, they are full in the streets. They but you know what? These are dying graduates. Now you can see they're intellectual awake. These are graduates who are good for streets. Ngavatore vana ngavadzosere vana mudhuze ngavasatonge nedemo vana ngavadzidziswe vana ngavakurumwe mayouth ngavawanirwe zvekuita. This is our future. Ngavasaramba vakaomerera papawa vachingoramba vachiti chinhu chedu saka mayouth achaita sei? Kana tiri kutora vision into our own vision kuti okay, we are doing this for us. What about our own younger versions? What are we doing with the younger versions? I just kuda kuti tirambe tichimaintaina kuti vari rich, they are going to keep on being rich. Vari poor, they are going to be very, 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 very poor. We want to fight with the same mindset to liberate Zimbabwe. We are there, Simbata, proper ground. Let's do this, but let's go with a clear mindset. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Here we go. I think I've lost you. Lulu. Are you still there?
I am here.
Okay, thank you. Lulu, do you know what? There's something that is happening with my device, and I'm wondering, would you like to accept a co-host just briefly to help me with navigating?
Okay.
I'm going to be switching devices, because I can't see people. I've had some people inboxing me, DMing me here. But somehow the app is playing up, so I can't see people. There's Hulu there. If you see Hulu, please just bring him up as a speaker, if you can, please. And then later on, if you get busy, then you can just drop. I don't know who's next right now. I tried to bring up a few people. Okay, Alfred, shoot.
Yes, boss. Thank you very much for.
Just try to get closer to your my mic so that we hear you.
Okay. I would like to say that it's a great honor to be on this platform, but Zimbabwe. I'm also a youth, and we see Zimbabwe going forward and in a positive way. You know,
we're really struggling to hear you. I think you're moving or something. Try to be a bit still and get closer to your microphone so that we hear you. Otherwise, your message will be lost.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear you. Yes.
Are we in contact?
Alfred, you can go on.
Okay. As I've said earlier on, we just want to see Zimbabwe going forward and taking the right way. I'm also a youth, and our life is so stuck, and our wish is to have something better, you know. But as for now, as we tiri kustruggle mastreets and hatina zvinhu zvinotiita kuti upenyu hwedu huende mberi, and tiri kusupporta the wish or the strategies which is being given by the war veterans so far, you know. Saka tiri kuona kuti zviri kuitika right now ndezvekuti vanhu kana kuti the government zvavari kuita ndezvekuti they just give themselves into the system kuti ivo vakwanise kudya, and then ivo kana vawana zvavanoda they even forget about the poor. Saka ndiri kuona kuti izvi zvinogona kutikanganisa pane zvinhu zvakawanda, because ivo vakanga vachiwana zvavanenge vachiwana, isusu tisingawani, kureva kuti everyone is going to against them. Saka what I only want to say is that we are supporting the situation which is going to be run underway, and hatina dambudziko nazvo, and hakuna munhu anokwanisa kuzvimisa zvinhu izvozvo. We are not in fear because we are ready to be dead for our country. Muri kuona kuti at our age tiri kuona kurwadziwa ende taakutointervene mupolitics. Zvinhu zvese izvozvo tiri kuona zvinenge zvichiitika. So mwoyo wangu unongochirwadziwa kuti nevana vandiri kuzvara, what are they going to be in the next future? Saka tiri kuona kuti zvinhu zvese izvi zvinogona kutivhiringa. Ndo zvandingangoda kutaura at the moment.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Thank you. Well understood. We just pray. Kuti we have a clear vision. Zimbabwe is gonna be at best for everyone else. Everyone is gonna benefit from this. But we just need to support the movement and be there also as youth. You said you are a youth in Zim. Be involved. Take charge. These people, they need us right now.
Yeah, the sure. Hatisi kutya because already takatofa in the spirit because hatina zvatikuwana. Saka hatichazombotya kuti tine kumwe kufa kwatichawana. Hai, because mathreats anenge achiwanikwa achikuya, but we are not even sure.
Comrade Simba, you there?
Yes, very much. I'm struggling with my device once again. Can you see people who are requesting to be added? Are you able to add them? Because I can't see them somehow,
Me too. I don't know what is happening, but I actually can't see them.
Okay, let me try with the other device. Quickly. Right. Hello, baby. Are you on the space as well, baby?
She's getting involved also.
What's your name, baby?
What's your name? Huh? Chadiwa.
Chadiwa. Oh, Chadiwa, you've got a lovely name.
Yeah.
You've got a lovely name.
Ndo hapana wacho vatiri kutyira kuti amwana, where are they going? Well, vachiri vadiki, they need something in the future. And then tichiona vanhu vachiluta zviri pachena takatarisa. Zvinenge zvichitirwadza.
I was very disappointed. I was in Zimbabwe a few weeks ago. I was very disappointed. These guys are looting to an extent that they don't even care about how the country is. Chawano Kwanisa is always having roadblocks, always roadblocks everywhere. Even on the roadblocks, zacho now futi unongotowana kuti zvinhu zvacho nazvifamba zvakanaka. Kumusha kwedu isusu we never knew kuti vanhu vanourawa, but from 2017 up to now we have 3 murders at some place, and vana vari kuita vari kukomita mamurders achona. Unongotoona kuti is the issue yekuti nyika ina haisi kufamba, zvimwe zvinhu zviringoitika so hazvisiri normal, you know. Mwana anongokura brain dzake dzichingo kuenda kunotsvaka gold, and pavanoenda kunotsvaka gold, I was talking to these guys, vana vadiki, my youth, they are 22 years old. Kana uchivabvunza kuti why is it muchiita noise, why is it muchifarira kurwa or something like that, they will tell you that where we go to get money, if you become quiet, you become a target. If you are quiet, they will always target you. They will take money from you. You have to be like a boss everywhere you go. You have to be ready for a fight in everything that you do. You have to be ready for a fight. So when they fight in those places, when they come back home, they are already used to fighting. So they can't sit down and speak anything useful as the youth, even if they have wives at home. Avagoni kuudzana nemukadzi wake kuti no, zvawaita izvi zvandizvifariri, zvawaita izvi I'm not happy with it. The next thing kutorovana chete. So our community is not going anywhere because of these people. You know, things is still normal. We are taking them as normal. things which are not normal, we are taking them as normal. Why? Because these guys are looting to an extent that how are we going to survive? Munhu anotozwa kushamisira kana akakwanisa kutenga paketi yematemba edola kunodya sadza nematemba zvinotomushamisa. Anotoshamisira, anotofamba akatobata matemba like kuti titresere zvione kuti nhasi I'm not eating nemufusho.
Yeah, it seems like it's something normal, you know.
Yeah, so zvisiri normal, they are being made normal because of the situation. So these guys, as Lulu said, I support it. We need to know, what are we supporting these guys? Are we not supporting the same issue of 2017? We celebrated with them in 2017.
Yeah.
You know, I was in South Africa also, and in Northwest, in Mafikeng. I was the organizer of the celebration in Northwest in Mafikeng. We even had to go buy flags, look for the flags, the Zimbabwean flags. We had to go to the police stations to go to try and register so that we can have our own demonstration supporting. But then, you know, all those things we did, celebrating with them, we thought that things were going to be better, but they are not. They are not better. And I used to work with these people in Northwest. We planned for a protest. Like we said, we need to have our long walk of freedom. The long walk to freedom. We were planning on walking from Pretoria to Harare by then. But if you get to understand that in our circle, there was someone who was selling out our information and everything that we wanted to do. They were paid money and they started to just drag back, and we didn't get to do it because youth in Zimbabwe, some things that they are being done and being made as if they are normal. They are not normal. If I can go pure $100 on about to take this information, it's fine. In as long as the yet it's wrong. So we need to know what kind of people are we supporting, and when we support them, what is going to happen? Is it going to benefit us as the general public, or is it just going to benefit the secular, those who are surrounding them, the closer people to them? We need to benefit each and every Zimbabwean.
What we exactly want to hear or to know is their utmost good faith. Because, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Lulu, are you still there?
Yeah.
And both Simba?
Yeah, I'm there.
I'm here.
Yeah, so that's what we need. You know, the problem is we do not have that platform. We do not have that freedom. So we need to know if these guys are the guys that we are supporting that are going to give us that platform. We don't have to be afraid kuti kana chinge tava supporter nas anditi mangwana takuchika kuvaudza kwavari wrong. We need, yes, we have to support them today and be able to complain to them tomorrow. Kuti no, Apapa, you are wrong. Apapa, you have to be accountable for what you are doing on these issues. This is wrong, this is right.
Freedom of speech.
I just wonder. I just wonder why is it that pese panonzi pada kuitwa protest or patruda express our grief as Zimbabweans. Tinoshamika tichiona vachishandisa a threatening way yekutiratidza ma weapons and so and stuff, you know. Zvekuti unoona takuona mapurisa aya emangongongo achitenderera aine zvimatenga chichi. Is that freedom? Nekuti even if I say something, I will be threatened within some seconds. I've just said mukuru achitaura mamusuno noganga state house achita it's kind of democracy. I just allow everyone kuti ataure zvaanoda upon me, you know. But once wangozvitaura chete, you'll be threatened and you'll be more soup within some seconds, and unotonzwa kuti izvezvi inini kunoku ndatotorwa and I'm being punished or and was something. And the thing you don't even trip on a platform, you be seeing other listeners. They are puppets, they are puppet like minded. Zvekuti vanenge vachida kuteerera kuti zvamuri kutaura mimi ndezvechii ende ataura ndiani, and then they go and feed that information to someone and votanga kuchithreatena vanhu. Well, it's something bad. What we need is real democracy. If you say let's turn right, you have not to turn the left side. That's exactly what we want to see.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Kuti. Takwanisa, yes, we are supporting Wana Comrade Geza today. We need to support them, Kuti Mangwana, when they are wrong. We need to be able to tell them that you are wrong. We need to petition them that this is wrong. Okay, Mr. Chair, are you still there?
Yes, shoot, please. Sorry, just been a bit of a small interruption once again. I just wanted to say that there's a tweet that I'm just studying right now, 1 or 2 updates that I'm making. I've just posted what Geza said yesterday, a little bit of it, and I'm just also trying to sample things so that it's a little bit digestible for news, because some of what I get sometimes comes in conversations, and you need to really separate between a conversation and what's news. So let's get people talking. Yeah, more people talk. While I do this, let's get more people talking.
Okay.
Well, here we go. Here's witnesses. Right. So more people have confirmed now. Even George Charamba has confirmed. So if you check on the site, you notice even spokesman usipokiseni wa Mnangagwa abvuma ataura zvekare na iye wacho naye atotaura vene wacho kuti this is what is happening. So we've posted it here. Have you seen it? Have you seen it, Mark?
No, I haven't seen it. Oh. Let me check.
I just check.
Yeah, have you posted on your page?
Yes, if you just go on Twitter, you see the article, yeah. But I've also put it here on the ashtray here. I said yeah, for sure. It's not yet showing.
Okay.
Chat.
There is Maria Vakacha. No, are you part of those people? Maria, it was 11
Sorry,
hours ago.
I've sent you a co-host invite if you maybe want to help with arranging people, Nyasha, in the meantime, if you can. Yeah.
Okay, it hasn't shown on my side.
Just check, yeah. Nyasha and Alfred have sent you the co-host. Maybe you could help. Yeah, just check again.
Okay.
Yeah. Check.
All right, I've accepted.
Wonderful. Yeah, let's just try and just coordinate people so people can speak.
Okay.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, I'm there. I've accepted it.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you saying the one who's called Maria Vakasha? Who's saying Angati Bireku Mepo Geza?
Okay. Maybe just try to add, yeah.
No, that one was 11 hours ago, but I was just saying that no, she's still the same with those people who support evil things, which SANPF is doing.
No. We're having a small problem here.
Is it network?
Yeah, I think it's network. Let me just solve it a bit. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's fine now.
All right. Okay, you can also organize people so that we can discuss this, Alfred.
Oh, I can't hear you.
I'm saying you can also organize so that you can organize people. Let us discuss this. What is happening right now?
Right, there's a post that Mahere has posted there. Fatai Mahere, she's claiming that the tanks are not supposed to be on the streets. I think you've seen that, right?
I haven't. Let me check from Fadzai Maher.
Yes. Yes. Maybe you can take a
Okay.
screenshot and send us also, maybe, and put it here. Or
Let
post it
me
on your
look for.
timeline and then take a screenshot, post it on your timeline, and then we can put it here for
All
discussion.
right. Let me look for him.
Training yeye bakalide. Zinzongo nokudonaka ezo. Ani yamana ndongo zimungu. Yedu.
Oh, I only see where she said, "Why are the military tanks on Harare roads today?"
Yes, that is the one.
Okay, the one she said, "Why are the military tanks on Harare roads today?" In light of the constitutional parameters of military deployment, the public have a right to know.
That is interesting. So she's questioning, she feels that the army shouldn't be there.
Yes, and that's true. According to the constitution, whenever the army is deployed onto the streets, the public has the right to be told first why is the army is on the street.
Yeah, Muskana yeyu sponsor na Mnangagwa. She was sponsored by Mnangagwa so that she could dilute Nelson Chamisa.
Yes.
That defamation case that she did on Mnangagwa's advisor, Petina Gapa, she was sponsored by the system so that she can appear credible. She can appear an iron lady, an all-powerful, credible person. She's not. She is actually a scammer. I'm telling you so that because people can't read between the lines. When they see someone near Nelson Chamisa, like they were seeing Opo Chingono near Chamisa, they will just trust. And they'll just say this person, just because someone is called a lawyer and they talk well, people never question. Just because someone is exposing Wikne Chivayo or exposing Munangagwa doesn't make them any way credible. Douglas Munzora does that. Douglas Munzora does that. Just because someone was arrested. Douglas Munzara has been arrested more times than Fadzai Mahere, right? And has stayed more in prison, but he's a scammer. Same thing as Thokozani Kupe. And so Fadzai Mahere was sponsored by Mnangagwa so that she can become credible. She's the face, the new face of of Mnangagwa, of the new Kupe. And so she'll be at a huge loss because she's a project of Mnangagwa's, so that she can dilute the real credible opposition. She herself is not in any way credible. And except, let me tell you, even in her own neighborhood, she couldn't win even award Yekanzuru Jaichaiyo in her own neighborhood in Mount Pleasant. Alone. She only won a constituency when she joined Nelson Chamisa. In her own neighborhood, Abatombo Musivi. And her only claim to credibility is through having been associated with Chamisa. She's no longer Nelson Chamisa's spokesperson. She's no longer aligned to Nelson Chamisa at all. A lot of people don't know. So she's a project of Mnangagwa's to appear extremely credible. The same way that Thokozani Kupe and Douglas Munzora appeared extremely credible. The same way Usenga Shenga Shabangu appeared extremely credible. So that Chamisa just looks discredited. He looks useless. So people should know who Fadzai Mahere is. When I passed a complaint to the Law Society, I did it to protect the public against a monster. She is a monster of a person. That is what she has made herself to be. Someone who is extremely powerful in the courts. Extremely powerful. And there's one case that she needs to attend to. She will never do that, I know, because of her character. There are 8 lawyers who she defamed. She defamed in a Facebook and Twitter post a few years ago. And I'm going to put the screenshot here for people to see. That who she accused as a group, she accused all of them in a way that no lawyer has ever done. And she used the Law Society name. She's not a character, I'm even among lawyers. She's not someone who I would even trust with my own case. When I was just publishing about her and the like that time, it was when just she became Chamisa's spokesperson. But let me tell you, she is a project, Mnangagwa. She's not credible. Fadzai Mahere is a Mnangagwa monster, a little monster that he put in place so that she can dilute the credible opposition and appear as the same way that the Mnangagwa group did against Herbert Chitepo in 1973, 74, up to 75. Until Herbert Chitepo was killed and until Ndabaningi Stole was replaced by another little monster who talked so well, just like Fadzai Mahere, called Robert Mugabe. And Zimbabweans have endured more than 50 years of hell under Robert Mugabe and Emerson Mnangagwa because our society did not have the type of journalism that does background checks on people who are presented to it. So people need to know who Fadzai Mahere is. Alone, Fadzai Mahere, even kumkwano gara kumba kwake, akwana biyake ashona Mount Pleasant, ahamba muvotera ari ega uyu. The real Fadzai Mahere is not the one that you see on Twitter and on Facebook. And people should know also that she no longer represents Nelson Chamisa. She is also no longer aligned to Nelson Chamisa in any way. So the people is up Musa Farwe. And also you need to know she's the very same person that the scammer Hopo Chingono has been campaigning that she's better than the whole opposition. Do you remember those recordings? Where in those tweets that he kept, yes, he was trying to project her so that he just damages the whole opposition and the struggle for the masses where women have been raped, people have been killed, is then taken over, usurped by a character who has no connection whatsoever to the grassroots and the people who are suffering. You need to realize, Zimbabwean, doing my background checks of people is going to be important going forward. And now that the new government that is going to come in, even if it's going to be the military, even if it's going to be Chwenga, these are the standards that you need to now to set. Right, I am communicating with them. Our national advisor, of course, I will criticize them so many times, but Zimbabweans, you need to come together and ensure that these glittering characters who look squeaky clean on Twitter and Facebook, you never put them, you never put them in positions of authority. The same way you did Robert Mugabe and Emerson Mnangagwa. Right now, half a century is gone of people's lives. Bakawanda vafa izvozvi. So, it's not easy. Human life wakomana soka. Haisi kutamba nayo. Ndapedza. Ndati ndikuudzei hufa dzai mahere is. I'll do a video about it.
We are suffering because of these people,
I think phone yangu yakata. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think there's no one else who's speaking. But I just had to drop that bombshell. I know some people are really shocked. Yeah, Mahere is not who she is.
Yes.
She's a scammer. She's a real scammer. Forget about the English. Forget about the lawyer. Forget about this. That he was once a Misa spokesperson. So what? Obed Gutu was Chamisa spokesperson. Douglas Munzora was once the opposition spokesperson. Who else?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Peter spokesperson in Goguti. Jacob Mafume was spokesperson at one time.
These people, they are selling out. The people who understood the struggle, the real struggle, who moved around with Morgan Tsvangirai, the people who understood. That's why Morgan Tsvangirai had to handpick Nelson Chamisa during those years. He knew the people who were surrounding him. There are people that were surrounding them that were always there.
Shoot, Thomas. Thomas, come in. Thomas, come in. Thomas, come in.
Hello?
Hi, Thomas, come in. How are you seeing things? Where are you? Shoot.
My network is better. I can't hear anything now. I can't hear anything now. My network is better.
Right, we can hear you, Thomas. Just go ahead.
Let me try to do this.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, my network is bad. Okay.
Thomas, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead. Thomas, we can hear you.
Right, unsolicited, you're in. Speak, please. Unsolicited, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I've been listening, and you know, I'm just sort of concerned whether we're going to do what Egypt has done with Sisi. Are we sure that Chiwenga is going to be an ideal candidate in terms of if Mnangagwa is to step down?
Right, go ahead.
Sorry, do you hear my question?
I got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was wondering if we really think, because these are the same people. Are we saying that Chiwenga is going to be a better president than Mnangagwa if Mnangagwa was to step down? Because look at Sisi, what he's done. Because Chiwenga is a direct result of the military. So I don't know whether another coup will work, or do we not need new faces there? What does everybody think?
Right.
What is Geza looking to achieve? Because you can't deliver us from Mnangagwa to Chiwenga if they're pretty much the same people, and sometimes you don't even know what's worse. Because from my perspective, the coup, we have to call it what it was, the coup that took place earlier, to displace Mugabe when he didn't want Mnangagwa to be the president. And we're doing the same thing now. Geza is looking to install one with Chiwenga to do the same thing, and Chiwenga is probably going to even be more powerful than Mnangagwa. And that's the worry. It's going to be like a Sisi-like government, like what the Egyptians are doing. I don't know. I don't know what your opinions are. I'm just asking questions. I don't have just asking.
Right. And why do you doubt Chiwenga?
I've got no reason to believe him, because these are the same people. These are the same people. It's a different face, but same system, isn't it? It's more like, the way I see it, it's more like, another faction now wants to have its own, a chance at ruling the country, because I believed in Mnangagwa. I thought Mnangagwa was going to do massive changes. I'm with him, but I really actually believed in him. And the disappointment is it's just one of those. So now I'm skeptical, and I just think we just need a new face. I know the one of the biggest problems we seem to have, is that our army is literally attached to our leadership. So having a different leader come into power, how is that even going to be possible if the army doesn't pledge any alliance to the person? So it's a crazy country, And guys, okay, can you give me a reason why we should think Chiwenga would do a better job?
Right. I think that is where we have Vana Comrade Mapuno coming in, and I think that's where they can explain. Have you been coming to the programs? We're going to be back tonight at 5 p.m. British time, which is 7 p.m. Zimbabwe time. So we're going to be back, and the comrades are going to be here once again. And you can also interact with them, and I'm sure they can answer that. I think Dr. Samuel was also asked, I think, the same question last time. Dr. Sami Chiangwa last time. And I think he got an answer, didn't he? Am I right, Dr. Sami? I'm hoping that Dr. Sami can also answer you. Wondering, what did they say? What did they say when you asked that question, by the way, Dr. Sami?
We are really living in interesting times here. So I was just looking at the events, and I got to wonder, what kind of a drill is this? What kind of a military training is this? Because what Nick Mangwana was saying, that it's just an exercise, don't worry, sounds like it's not making sense. Well, the reason being that the artillery or the vehicles that are deployed, they seem to be so heavily, the heavy army vehicles, the ones that you would see in heavy combat. And in the history of Zimbabwe, we've never had a deployment of a training exercise in the CBT. I think this thing should have been communicated in advance. And, whereby you see the government spokesperson speaking through a tweet and saying he was actually surprised himself. He actually responded as a tweet from another person. So it was not a communication which was direct, showing that it was not preemptive, right? It was a reaction which he made to what people were asking. So there's kind of like some power moves which are happening here. Because look at this, Geza came out and then he said, we are going to issue a signal. Then the other camp responded by coming to a press conference with select editors, which is the president, yesterday. And then Tuesday, there was kind of like some normalcy here. Wednesday, we have tanks rolling in the streets. So I feel like it's a power move happening here, whereby the factions that are in battle, they are now flexing their muscles. It's no longer an issue of words now. So it's like the 2017 playbook happening again. Because I remember in 2017, the first thing that we saw were tanks around 5 p.m. Then around later in the evening, we saw the military general, SB Moyo. He went on ZBC and made an announcement. So I would want to assume that the next step here will be for the announcement on ZBC, whereby the military will make a public announcement. But otherwise, it's still speculation. One thing I'm quite leaning to is that the military has simply decided to prepare the people to protest against the current government or the current regime, but they need to prepare it in such a way that there won't be looting of shops, violence, and things like that. So I presume that there is a mapping of the routes to the State House. So the next 24 to 48 hours is going to be interesting, and we have to keep our eyes very, very open. There are some quarters we're arguing that what about if this is a Nangago faction? Well, if it is Nangago's faction in the military, then it's going to be potential bloodshed. Because if he's deploying the army and there's a faction of that army against the main army, it definitely means that if these armies are going to face each other, there will be bloodshed. So we are watching the space in keen interest. My submission is quite simple. I lean on the submission that the military, based on what Geza was saying, has taken a move, and we hope to see what's the next step. The president is currently around. I hope he's not under house arrest, as what is happening in 2017. We'll have to see. Thank you for the opportunity to, give my few submissions.
Dr. Sam, if I were to ask another question, just based on the intelligence you're getting, what is the likelihood that the next president is Chiwenga? Or what is the idea? Are they looking to install somebody else perhaps that we're not aware of, or is it Chiwenga going into power then?
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a good question. I was actually looking into it also, because whenever a sitting president is no longer in power, the constitution makes way for the vice president to take over the first vice president. So in this case, it's Chiwenga. But there are certain legal, predicaments or impediments that are on the way. For example, the parliament would have to be rubber stamping or authorizing the impeachment of the sitting president, as well as the Senate. So in this event, we don't know where the parliament is leaning right now, whether it's leaning towards Mnangagwa's side or Chiwenga's side. But either way, now that if the military takes over, we are likely going to see people, switching allegiance to whoever is going to be the most powerful at that moment. So it's yet to be seen. But if the constitution allows for the General Chiwenga to be the next president, as we wait for the election. Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. So, do you think there's a problem with the way our constitution is in general? Because if the constitution allows for the army to take over the running of the country at any given point, is this not going to be our future then going forward? Is this not going to be the trajectory of what happens? Because what does democracy look like for us in terms of democracy? Can we actually elect a government? Is it even possible to do that? Because, if people who live abroad, we vote governments in and we vote governments out. Sometimes some governments are terrible. You're against that government, but you'll get a chance to vote them out. Now we have a situation where we're getting ourselves into a habit of one coup after another. Is this something that the constitution allows for? And is that not something that then we should be concerned about trying to correct? Are we ever going to have a democratically elected government rather than coups after another?
It's quite interesting. If you are aware, there is a 2017 High Court judgment, which was the opposition was challenging the constitutional basis upon which the Mugabe was removed. So they were challenging that 2017 was a coup, but the High Court ruled that Section 212, the military under Section 212, has sort of like a legal basis upon which they can act. So the first item of that constitution says the military can protect the national integrity of Zimbabwe, right? And it can also protect where the president has been surrounded by people who have usurped authority, that is unelected officials usurping constitutional authority of the president. So in this case, now that we have a precedent in the High Court of the cases where the army was deployed and then it took over power, it's quite a dangerous precedent. Unfortunately, the Constitution in its text format, it's a good document. I have no problem with it. But the players who are using the Constitution are not in good standing. Because when you see the army acts as a last line of defense. So when you see the army coming in, it means the other institutions would have lost their authority or power. For example, the parliament looks compromised. The opposition, there's no opposition in the parliament because we saw what Chabangu did when 2 million people were robbed of their voice and contribution in democracy. So now that we don't have a parliament, or we have a rubber stamping parliament that is leaning towards one party state, the next thing that we have is the resistance comes out of the army as a last line of defense. The other aspect of the Constitution in 212 says that people who usurp authority without the constitutional basis can be grounds for the army to intervene. And we look at people like Jevayo, people surrounding the president, Tungwarara, a lot of other people who are, splashing tender money all over, or taxpayers' money all over. Now, this could be grounds for impeachment or, an intervention. I wouldn't like the army to, in future as a precedent to continue doing this, but there seem to be no opposition. There seem to be no other alternative. There seem to be, the only way that can bring change is through that clause. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just giving my submissions. I'm not saying we need a coup. I just think going forward, it's very important that people understand that the judiciary, the police, all the other institutions which are supposed to be protecting the people and ensuring good governance, they're all compromised. So when you see the last line of defense rolling in tanks in the streets, it's a cause of concern that probably the authorities within the army could have seen that the constitution has been, mutilated or bastardized. This again links to the call for 2030, to amend the constitution. So when you try to amend the constitution again, you're simply, stepping upon the wheels of over 50 million people who voted and consented for that constitution. I think the constitution should be the supreme law of the land. It should not be compromised or changed at will. It should remain the ultimate authority or the ultimate voice in all our affairs, political, social, or economical. But now that it has been compromised, again, the last line of defense is the army. So it draws back to what you have asked, and my submission still remains. What's happening is a reaction of all the political discourses that was happening since 2017.
And then the question remains. It's simple. This right? He's got a term until 2028. That's his term. So with the army rolling onto the streets now, we're finding ourselves in a situation where the army is actually in breach of the constitution itself, because he's been elected and he's been elected for 2 terms. However that happened, however we know we don't like it, but it's the government that's in power and they were duly elected, right? And we know where they are now, but he's got until 2028. What we want to be hearing is that his term ends in 2028. Not the army rolling into the streets now and kind of promising us a new government. That to me is more of a concern than anything else, because he's got another sort of 3 years to complete his term. Why are we so impatient to wait out his term? Because this is going to be, like you said, precedent. We will find ourselves in a situation where if the army is not happy with somebody 2 or 3 years into his term, they will step in, because difficult decisions at some point will have to be made to turn this country around. And if those decisions, whoever is going to be making those decisions at that time, if the army disagrees with what they're doing, the army will then step in. But those people will have been duly elected by the Republic of Zimbabwe. And what I'm saying is, I know it may not be a popular opinion, is we need to see the army saying, well, the constitution will be adhered to. But, 2028 is, is 3 years down the line. Should that not be a concern, the fact that the army is actually out on the streets?
Yeah, definitely. I'm quite concerned as a citizen myself, as the president has not finished his term, but we were yet to see under the basis upon which the army will be acting. We are all speculating at this moment that the current deployment is a result of the other faction. We don't know. But if it is out of the result of a faction that is issuing their moves, then they are definitely cutting short the presidential term. We are yet to see the legal clauses or justifications for that. And it's not a good precedent to set. I know there are a lot of governance issues that we are facing, but it could be a very dangerous precedent, as you have said, and I quite agree with you on that one. My only worry is the basis upon which the army is acting. Does it, maybe 2 questions to you. Does it constitute an exponential threat which says we have to do it right now? We cannot wait for the presidential term to end. Does the current status quo, whereby we have the president saying, people saying we need to amend the constitution, and moves are being made in parliament to amend the constitution, does all these political activities amount to an emergency? Does it justify an emergency by the army to say we are stopping it right now? What do you think about that?
Yeah, those are very interesting questions, actually. But yeah, I mean, I know the role of the army obviously is to secure the country against enemies internally and externally. But yeah, we do find ourselves in that kind of situation. My view is that, Mnangagwa should serve his term, in as much as I don't like the guy at all. I'm out of the country because of him, and that isn't that. But the reality is we are trying to form a government and trying to be a democratic country. So just thinking about that alone, it just means that the power the army has, it just seems to be like it's just too much for an army, because they're there to serve the country rather than to rule us. We're not a military government unless things have changed. But then the other thing that we need to be looking at is the constitution itself. How is the constitution amended? Should it just be amended by politicians themselves, Like you said, if they're captured, it's easy to amend it. But should there not be a referendum then, in terms of, if there's any changes to the constitution? Should a referendum not be the way around it, where people actually vote and decide, what the steps are, and securing the role of the army then would be to secure our votes, make sure that our voices are heard, rather than the army then deciding what's what's within the constitution and what isn't. Because to be fair, the army, they're not legal experts. Their job is to secure the country, like we've said, from enemies within and outside of the constitution, so outside of the country. I don't know, but that's where I stand with it. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, we have look at ZEC because we mentioned about the referendum. So let's look at ZEC, because the moment we talk about the referendum, the constitutional body that deals with that is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. It is mandated under the constitution to hold anything to do with public office and elections. So the national discourse or decision making when it comes to elections, ZEC will be responsible for that. But if we look at the composition of ZEC, do we have enough confidence in it as a body that can actually, represent the interests of the people in terms of articulating exactly what the people would have voted for? Can it be a body that is trusted to, publish results that reflect the national sentiments concerning the amendment of the constitution? So these questions are very important, because even if we have a referendum, but people will vote, and then, the elections might be diluted or they tampered with during that referendum, it becomes a problem also. So when I saying that institutions of governance having been tampered with, when the moment the public loses confidence in those institutions, it necessitates that, again, the last line of defense, as the army, we will tend to take advantage of that. So there are a lot of questions to ask, because if the public is given a chance to vote in a referendum and they outrightly vote for no, which I think majority don't want the constitution to be amended, how safe is it? Are we guaranteed to get that result published? Right? Because one of the what Geza said in his press conference, he was saying there was no winner in the last election in 2023. So coming out of his mouth saying that there was no winner is kind of like admitting that there was some tampering with the plebiscite, one way or the other. So, yet the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission said there was a winner. So in that aspect, in that regard, it becomes problematic for us to say, let's go to a referendum. I'm standing to be guided on that one. But I feel what is happening here is power moves that started with Geza. When Geza was speaking, he was not arrested. Up to now, he's not yet arrested. So what is happening, I really think that there is some definitely power moves happening here. Like I've said, we have to wait for the next 24 to 48 hours. But my suggestion, especially to opposition parties, the best way maybe the citizens can participate in this without losing their ultimate control in governance is whatever outcome comes out of this factional fights, the citizens has to have a representation. If they're going to come up with a new government, which I'm not saying they're going to do, or a new president, they should definitely include the opposition and civil society organizations. If there's going to be a transitional authority, like what Geza said, there should definitely be opposition political parties involved in the transitional power sharing agreements for maybe up to 3 years until the next term. So regional bodies has to play a role, SADC, African Union, and other international observers. They have to come in and see how the power can be negotiated temporarily as we wait for the next election. And those people in the opposition and in civil society organization should then call for reforms of the major institutions which I've mentioned, starting with ZEC, the media, even the police and the army. So without these reforms, it's going to be an election which is going to be conducted in an even playing field. So we need these reforms for us to start having confidence in the electoral bodies. That's my submission. So what you have asked would be a very good thing if all the bodies were independent and autonomous. But now that they are not independent, they are not autonomous, when we are simply submitting our voice or our votes to a captured organization or institution, it's a problem for us to rely on it. And my question is, what should happen then? Let's say there's a new president. How do you think the opposition or the other organizations should take part should they be included in a transitional authority if it is one, or they should not be included, or they should? It's just winner take it all, right? I don't know. What's your take on that?
Yeah, my take is that if an interim government, because whoever gets into power next, obviously won't be voted in. This is somebody who would have assumed power. It's a coup, really. My take is that then Geza and his people, then they should be saying to us how on what terms that person is running the country. If it's an interim government, what are they hoping to achieve, and what institutions they're willing to strengthen? Like you said, the courts, our election boards, and the police, and there should be tangible outcomes in terms of how we know we've reached, what we are achieving to do. That's going to be like one of the biggest issues, because if you're going to put an interim government there and say we're going to have elections going on, but then it becomes a chance for whoever it is that's in power at the time to then install his own people. Say, like what Mnangagwa clearly did, and then Chilinga does the same thing, replaces the judges and everybody with everybody that are on his team. We're not going anywhere, because we find ourselves in the same situation time and again. So an interim government should be formed of the opposition and every sort of interested parties, including sort of SADC, so that we can strengthen our own institutions before we can then say, look, let's go for elections. That's the only way around this. Otherwise, they should let Mnangagwa finish his term. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I appreciate your submissions, and I'm watching the space. I just took some time out of my lunch. I appreciate the opportunity to share with the citizens my few views on that. But my suggestion to everyone listening is that before you take any moves, just be cautious, and try to see where this is going. If it's a drill, if it's a factional fights, just be cautious and just be safe. We are living in interesting times. So thank you. I'm just going to drop to the listeners and continuing my work.
Are you aware that everything is happening at a time when there's an announcement by the ZRP to arrest Blessed Geza's wife? And what do you see of this, Kent?
Oh, I was not aware that.
Yes,
I was not aware that.
Yes, they have summoned, the police, law and order have summoned Blessed Geza's wife.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, that's I think things are moving very fast, since the president made the announcement at the press conference saying that he's not interested in the 2030 thing. So things are now moving very fast. This thing was happening in at the background, right? So now we're now seeing the power moves. They're now kind of like showing their real hands here. So if Geza's wife is arrested, I think it will simply be a catalyst for the whoever faction Geza is standing with to put a more firm statement that we are serious about this, because definitely the powers that be are kind of like testing each other to see. They made a demand that you should step down now. The president responded through the press conference that he's not stepping down now. He's going to be there until 2028 and he's not interested in 2030. And then the army comes in the streets, which I assume, now whatever they're doing in the streets there, then the police goes on to issue a summon to the wife of Geza, as you have said. So I think this kind of like, it's kind of tit for tat now. The next 48 hours is going to be very, very interesting to see what happens. But it's very bad to someone Geza's wife. I don't think she should be involved in all these things. She's not part of it. If they're asking for questioning, and it could be, just a general questioning issue, but she's not part of the press conference. She's not involved in this. And, putting her all through this ordeal is unfortunate. And we'll see what happens. But I would condemn that.
Right. And what do you think is the purpose of summoning her? what I've been told also is that if this happens, yeah, all hell is going to break loose. I'm just posting this, folks. What are you seeing? We're posting this article right now. We're also putting it on the link here. Have people seen it? My own article is quite clear that the ZRP have summoned. And what are you reading? What do you see of this? Panobudika rap. Taisa article. We put the article on the timeline there. So they have summoned Blessed Geza's wife and to law and order. Right, let me just do this quickly. Have you seen the article, folks? My own article here. Pachabuda pakamira se apa. Vari muHarare musangonyarara ka. Muri kudya here vari muHarare. Musatya tiri kuta vemasoja tinavo panapa. Tinavo panapa pasaka vakangokubatai haiwa. Tiri kufambidzana nawo munyuzu saka musavahla. Mukangotya chete munhu ukangosvikirwa nemunhu wekumasoja munongovaudza kuti aiwa inini ndiri wekuZim I. Munongovaratidza logo reZim I. Mazviwa here? Kuri kunzi maita eproblem munongovaratidza because vari kuzviziva kuti isusu tiri kuripota chokwadi. Saka munganetswa. Nokuti ndisu tiri kufamba nacho. Zim I yachona ndiyo ziso, Zim I yachona ndiyo ndimi, Zim I yachona ndiyo ami yacho, Zim I yacho ndimi vana veZimbabwe, ndimi ruzhinji weZimbabwe. Saka usaharaswa, haikona kutya kuti takuzodai. Aiwa. Hanzi, the first time it was said that we are only targeting criminals around the president. This time, the president himself, the statement has changed. The president might be safe or not safe. We are targeting him, the president. Because he himself is the criminal around himself. Opposite clear. Don't shall I say it in the valley? Shall I say it in the valley, folks? This is what's happening. So quickly. There's a post that Kozwa has put in there. It says no drama as of now. Emerson Dambutsa Mnangagwa is in charge until 2028. Vari kuchiposta ichicho kuti vambomita kuti arerukirwe so that he feels like nothing is happening. Saka anombonzika anongopuhwa karemekedzo. But zvinenge zvatoendwa. Okay. Hi Nyasha.
Yes, I'm back. Someone had disturbed me.
No, it is well. Someone had said that the tanks are only, there's nothing. There's no need to be alarmed. There is only Mnangagwa is going to be president for another 2-3 years until 2028. So that is what someone said there. Do you agree, folks?
No, as for me, I don't agree because what we are seeing right now is exactly what led up to the 2017 situation.
We can't hear you. I think we lost you.
Hear me now?
Yeah, perfect now.
Yeah, I'm saying no, I don't think so. I don't think that he still has those years. You know, what we are seeing right now is exactly what led up to the 2017 situation. But now my worry still remains the same, you know. Are we not going back to the same issue that we celebrate, and then after celebrating, we end up finding it that we just celebrated with the same people who are going to take us to the same situation? Back to you, folks.
Oh, but don't you think that look, things are we're not going to be perfect anyway, right?
Yes.
Things were not going to be perfect anyway. Yeah, but anything that is not Mnangagwa is welcome. Don't you think so? As long as Mnangagwa ain't a cheti.
I do understand.
Even if someone said to me, even if someone worse than Mnangagwa comes in, right? We just want him out. Even if someone worse, what we just don't want is to have a person who's called Emerson Mnangagwa there.
Yes,
Hello, can you hear me?
I understand where you are coming from, and I do wish that anything other than Mnangagwa is better. But then the issue here is that we really need these people to understand that when we are supporting them, we do not want to go back to the same situation that we're in. In other words, even if they are there on top there, it's fine. But then let us be free. We need freedom. You know, we need to express ourselves. We need just a small part of development can be better. You know, our hospitals, our schools, at least let them be better.
But my question is, what makes our situation different? Because the same thing happened in DRC. They removed Kabila, but they're still in the same place. How is the situation going to be different for us, even if we remove ED?
My issue here is saying that even if ED is removed, you know, the thing, what I'm trying to say is we need to be involved. You know, the problem with these people when they get removed, you know, we tend to celebrate when they are being removed, but soon after they are removed, we don't get involved ourselves, the public. We don't get involved, you know. So what we are saying is that even if he is removed, what we are trying to say is we do not want ZANU-PF to give us a leader. Let us go back to the table. Let us sit and speak. It is far much better to have a transitional government than a government with the public. A transitional government then until we have a stable environment where we can have elections in a better environment, not this.
Yeah, we can only hope for that, because the system is captured. Huh? There is the deep state that we also have to consider, the people behind the leaders.
Right now, you know, as I can say, right now, you know, the difference with the Mugabe era, there was that deep state. It was there. There was the powers behind Mugabe, which made it very hard. And you know, the powers which were behind Mugabe were these people, the Mnangagwa group. They were the ones who were behind him. That's why you see that whenever he was doing whatever he wanted, he was getting away with it. But the moment that he touched Mnangagwa, everything came to a stop. Mugabe was taken out because he touched Mnangagwa. Now, what I'm saying that is the deep state now, it was the Mnangagwa crew. You know, the issue right now, which is there, the only people who can take us out of this situation is the military. And then after the military takes us out of the situation, there is no more deep state. I have a lot of people that I know that used to be powerful during the Mugabe era. People who used to be some people during that Mugabe era. But then now they are no longer relevant. You know, they are just people. This guy Mnangagwa is the one who kept Mugabe in power for all that long time with his crew, and he knew everyone who was involved in keeping Mnangagwa in power. That included the crew of Chiwenga in the military. During that time, if you look at the situation right now, during that time, Chiwenga was not learned to be on top there as the commander. He was not learned to be on top of that. But because of tribalism, that's why he was there. But now, if you look at the guy who is at the military right now, this guy is not being used. Swanda is not being used. If you look at him, yes, they are doing what they are doing. Yes, but this guy is not being used like how Chiwenga was being used. So what we are just expecting right now is that we have this guy removed, but then who is going to be there? Because if we are just like accepting that yes, they remove Mnangagwa, yes, Mnangagwa is gone, but then the issue will still come back to bite us. Who is going to be there? You find kuti zvangofanana neni so ndikutoziva kuti no Simba ari kutodya ende macorners ari kudya naSimba ndinoaziva. So what can I do? I'm closer to Simba, and people know that I'm closer to Simba. So people, they know the only person who can remove Simba at the head of Zim-I kuti inini ndipinde is me. So when I remove Simba, inini ndikapinda, what am I going to do? The same people who supported me to be there, ndobva ndatanga kutodyawo navo, and forgetting the rest of the public. That's the main issue.
Now, yeah. Do you not think that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I was saying that. Do you not think that, whatever the case, what is being done at present by a combination of war veterans, army, and citizens is way different from what was done in 2017? In that, and I'm going to make it clear, in that the basis for removing a president is too clear this time. Everyone has got a shared interest in what's happening, unlike in 2017. In 2017, the factionalism was so apparent. This time, the greatest irritation here is that of violation of the fundamental principles that make this country what it is, or what it should be, at least, even in the most idealistic form.
Training here, but since no one do not get this. Yeah, I don't know.
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear you.
Hello, hosts. We cannot hear you.
Right, folks, can you hear me now? Ruth, can you hear me? Ruth, can you hear me? Okay, please let me know if someone hears me. Just give me a wink.
Training yeye pakalide. Sinzongo nokudonaka ezezi. Anyika yama nodongo zimungu. Anyika. Anyika ngaisinungu. Zinungu. training yeyi pakati penu zvinogona kutonaka izvozvo nyika yanogona kutongosununguka nyika nyika yanga isununguka zvinogona kunaka training ye pakati penu zvinogona kutonaka izvozvi nyika yagona kutongosununguka nyika nyika ingaisununguke zvinogona kunaka training hii pakati penu. Zinongo kudonaka izvozvo. Nyika yavana kutongosununguka. Nyika yedu. Nyika ngaisununguke. Zvinogona kunaka. training yeye pakati penyu zvinogona kutonaka izvozvo nyika yagona kutongosununguka nyika yedu nyika yanga isununguke zvinogona kunaka training yeyi phakathi benu sinongona kutonaka ezvezi hayi nyika yangona kutongosununguka hayi nyika yedu
zvakanomira pakati apa mena
hayi nyika ingaisununguka zvinogona kunaka training yeyi pakati penu zvinogona kutonaka izvozvi nyika yagona kutongosununguka nyika yedu nyika ingaisununguke zvinogona kunaka Training here back then. Since we're going to do knockers. Yeah, I don't know. Anyị ga-esi n'ugwu. Azụ n'ugwu ahụ.
Them their flowers when they speak out and they tell you that we told you, we saw these things coming. So I think people need to really introspect and be appreciative of those who see things from time to time.
That's powerful, guys. Job Sikala, I think I saw his press conference yesterday. I did take some time to listen to the press conference. He did have a press conference. It's on HSTV. If you get time, you can just go to the YouTube channel for HSTV. He did come out, did a press conference. His team, not him, it was actually his team that did the press conference, and they have stated that they are behind the conference. So we know that our opposition leaders are involved in whatever negotiations are happening behind closed doors. And I'm happy that we're having such platforms as these, because through these platforms, I hope our opposition leaders can hear the feeling that people are having on the ground, the feeling that the people of Zimbabwe, the contributions that the people of Zimbabwe are making. And when they go to that negotiation table, this time they must do better negotiations, better than the ones that they did in 2017. Comrade Keza stated that in 2017, Robert Mugabe was not removed by ZANU-PF. I don't know if any of you heard him say that. He said, Comrade Mugabe was not removed by ZANU-PF, but the opposition leaders helped them. They had a big role. They were also involved in the ousting of the then president. So I believe that they are also listening to us, these opposition leaders. They are listening to our views, and as they are negotiating, wherever they are negotiating, they negotiate for a deal that will see us get a pie, a slice, a slice.
Yeah, my sister Ruth, there are people who are saying, could you add them? They're requesting the mic. I would also say to those people, follow Sister Ruth, because if you're not following her, maybe she might not see your requests. So maybe that's the problem. There's a couple of messages here for people requesting the mic, my sister.
Okay, and unsolicited something. Do you want to speak? I see your hand is up. Please speak.
Okay. Sister Boss, my question to you is simple. If you understand that ZANU-PF captured the army, we don't have an independent army. All these reforms that we're talking about, they cannot be enforced if the army is on the side of ZANU-PF. And therefore, if there's any changes that need to take place, need to take place within ZANU-PF until the army is liberated itself. Because at the moment, our institutions are captured, our judges are captured, you know, our police is captured, our army is captured. You are proposing that we need a radical change, get rid of ZANU-PF completely. How do you propose we do that?
Right. First of all, my name is not Sister Boss, it's Boss Salani. Then second of all, when you're talking about the army are as people, Zimbabweans. Of course, and remember that these army personnel have got families and loved ones who are going through the things that the other Zimbabweans are facing as well. So it's not really something that you need to take that deep. And one thing that they have as armies the army, is that they stand for their word, right? They're defending. So of course, whoever's in government or whoever's running Zimbabwe, they would be working on that. But this is the thing that I've never understood, because even as you're saying right now, because you're making it sound like ZANU-PF is the army, ZANU-PF is the police, ZANU-PF are the nurses and the doctors. Is that what you're saying? Because I don't think that's the case.
The
We've
institution.
had a lot of
No,
instances.
what I'm saying is, the ZANU-PF has captured the army and has captured the police and has captured our judges. Right?
That's true.
Those are institutions of government, right? So there is no way you can say we're going to effect change, right, without infiltrating, like that's the word we use, without infiltrating those organizations. What are you proposing?
So are you also saying, like, that statement here, captured? So the judiciary is also captured, right? The courts.
Oh, it is. Yeah, absolutely. You don't think so?
Okay, so if the courts are captured, and also why is it you've got opposition leaders who are lawyers and they work for the judicial system?
The being a lawyer, I think, is a profession. I think it's their profession.
Yeah, but they do work in the courts, right? They don't work in their houses.
Yeah, I think it's their profession.
It's their profession, but you're saying that the courts are captured. Lawyers who are opposite, we've got opposition lawyers, right?
A lawyer is a lawyer.
In these same courts.
A judge is something else, boss, right? A judge is something else, right? If you think about it, a lawyer will.
You're not answering my question, though. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
A lawyer can be an opposition lawyer. It doesn't matter. But if you look at people like Job Sekala, for example, right? He was in prison for a long time, right? And if you think about it, why are there people now in the opposition still in our prisons who shouldn't be in prison? They're technically political prisoners. Do you know what I mean? The reason why they're there is because the judges have not released them. So it doesn't matter what the lawyer. There's so many human rights lawyers in Zimbabwe whose job it is to fight for people's human rights and the rest of it. But our courts are known to be captured in the sense that you can be in prison, languishing in prison for years on end, right? And this is one of everybody. I think this is most of our biggest fears. You'll be languishing in court because the judges haven't even
You can also languish in prison because your lawyer just didn't know how to be a good lawyer. That can also be the reason, though, can't it?
Okay, so
because you are simply attributing your issue had to do with the ZANU-PF capturing things. So I'm asking you this question to say, if something is totally captured, how is it that opposition leaders who are also lawyers are actively working in the judicial system day after day? That's how they make their money, right? One time they win cases, other time they don't, So how do you prove such a thing? And why is it that they continue to work in these environments if they're truly, truly captured without a shadow of a doubt?
Okay, listen, I don't speak about my family, but I'll tell you this. There are oppositions anywhere where you work in Zimbabwe, right? But when I'm talking about captured, I'm talking about, the people at the top of the tree, right? So a decision is made, and that decision, when that decision is made, it comes from the judges and the rest of it. Those are the people that make those decisions, right? And we adhere by those decisions. And this is why I'll ask you a simple question. Job Sekala, for example, right? He was in prison for a long time. Do you know what? He wasn't even charged with anything. So he fought his case for so long, and he was found innocent, languishing in Zimbabwean prisons.
Right. And who found him innocent eventually? It was the same courts, right? The same court system.
But from pressure from the outside, you need to remember the role.
Yeah, despite the pressure from the outside, it's still the same court system which also then released him, is it not?
It sounds to me like you trust the Zimbabwean judiciary system.
No. I'm asking you questions and you're failing to answer them. So now we're having a conversation here. I am questioning you based on what you are arguing, and I'm trying to find something out from that. And your response to failure to answering my question is that, you sound like you trust the judicial system. That's not it at all. I'm asking you questions because you said things are captured by ZANU-PF, and I'm trying to question that. Because I'm trying to give you an example that no, but you can't. When you say capture, it's total control, right? Oh, total control to the point where you will never see anyone else winning. You will never see certain people being released by the same court system. Do you understand what I mean? It's a total control by ZANU-PF, and that's not what we're seeing in the court system. Right. So if we're not seeing it in the court system, it means that we may also not see it in the army, in the police, the same way you're saying things. And I'll remind you about the police, right? I don't believe that it's everyone who supports ZANU-PF, whether they're doctors, army, or police. I don't believe that for a second. There was an audio which came out of one of the now ministers, right? I think she's the one for tourism, where she was yelling at a police officer, and it was an audio that leaked. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
Right. So that was a police person that released that. It could only be two people who'd release it, either herself or the police officer that she was on the call with, right? So that in itself already shows you that police officer was not on the side of what ZANU, or was a person who was saying, Iowa, I'm going to let people know the real truth. So that shows you that you can't then say all police is captured. There are bound to be individuals who do not believe in this thing. There are bound to be army officers who also don't believe in this thing. That's just my argument. To say that the thing that you may think has been really drilled down or is really covered or tight, the influence of ZANU, you may actually be messing up things or not finding opportunities of recognizing people who operate in those areas but are not for ZANU. All they're waiting for is for someone to come and say, hey, we are with you, we see you, come join us, let's work together. Perhaps that's all that's missing.
It could be, but on the other side, if you think about it, they can arrest it because it depends on how higher up you are on the ladder, right? So they can arrest, I don't know, like they did with the Malingers and all of that, right? But do you really think they could arrest Nangagwa's son? They can't do that. Do you know what I mean? So it depends on how hard.
But then why? But then the thing is, it's all about strategy, though. So are you saying that his son is the most important thing at the moment? It's all about strategy, don't you think?
All I'm saying is the people who matter, the people who are making the decision makers, the Obotin Bofus in them, those can never be arrested. It really doesn't matter. He's got his kids all over the place, and I'm sure they're doing all sorts of nonsense. You've never heard of them being, splashed in the papers or anything like that. Those are people who've been holding ZANU-PF for years, right? And
but why would you go for the big fish? Aren't you supposed to look for the small fish? Because that's where the numbers are.
Yeah, but if you look at our judges, Judge Mlalazi, for example, right? Would you not think that he's captured by the system himself? Do you really believe that any of his kids would ever get into trouble if they did anything wrong? And that's the point I'm trying to make.
No, but I'm still asking the same question. Why do you go for the big fish? This has to be a strategic move. Is that not it? This has to be like the art of warfare, like art of war, right? I wouldn't go for someone who's that obvious. Why would you go for them? You look for those people who are unseen, the people who appear to be invisible, but in actual fact, they're not invisible. No one really notices them. That is what I'd go for, right? And like I said, these are people who are also experiencing things that we are. They've also having to feed their families. They're also struggling with school fees. They're also, you understand what I mean? You look for those who are experiencing what you're experiencing, not the ones who are living in their big houses. Okay. Because those ones will be hard to, for them to shift. You can only push things from the ordinary person.
So the way you see this revolution happening is bottom up, is it how you see it?
It's definitely bottom up. It can never be top down.
Right. Okay. Because the way what's being proposed now, obviously with the tanks being in Harare at the moment, is that it looks like it's going to be top down, isn't it? Really, with the gases.
No, it looks like that because they want to keep ZANU-PF in existence, and this is what I asked before. What are we fighting for here? When people are saying ZANU-PF must go, many people, it's like you didn't mean it. You just wanted a different face. And usually people, when they want a different face, is because they're not eating with the current face that's there. So they want to change the face, but not the system, so that they can also partake in what others have enjoyed for so long. So is that what people are fighting for? Or we actually want a better Zimbabwe, one which the majority are also, I mean, things like hospitals and stuff like that. These are things that all of us can benefit from. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you are in. You need a working healthcare system, because anything can happen to anyone. Right? You need the roads to work. Potholes affect us all. You need food. You need shops to be there. You need the money, economy that works. It affects us all. But the question I'm asking is that what the top people are saying is that but then they're not actually, they just want a change of the head, but not necessarily the system. And they'll use words like, we are suffering, Zimbabweans are suffering. I don't think they're suffering the way we've suffered as Zimbabweans, not at all. Because if they were suffering, they would have spoken sooner. Some of us have been speaking for over a decade about Zimbabwean issues. We've never stopped. So they were quiet all along, and then all of a sudden now, come 2025 or the 24, 25, now they're talking. What's changed? And they tell you, Kuti, our lands have been taken. The money we were promised, we weren't given. They tell you these things, but you're not looking at that to say, wait a minute. These people are actually talking about what they also are disgruntled about. That's why they're doing this now, because there's a disgruntlement.
Yeah, earlier we were speaking to Dr. Sammy, and I was pretty much asking him the question that you're asking, sort of roundabout sort of way, in terms of, how do we see change happening? And he's admitted, like the way, like that was on his opinion anyway, that, the only likelihood is that change is going to come from the top. So it looks like, Chiangwa, which is also what was my concern as well. It looks like Chiangwa would be the one stepping in if Mnangagwa is made to step down, and that is a concern.
I was on a space where someone said, "Yes, I will step in." I was like, "Okay."
Unlikely.
Imagine that.
Unlikely, because that's not a core, isn't it? These are all cores, which is what I was saying as well. That is this what we want? Do we want one coup after another coup? Or do we really want, and this is why I was quite unpopular earlier when I said this, when I said, well, actually, maybe we should let Mnangagwa finish his term up until 2028, which is very unpopular. I understand it, but what we're also trying to do is to break that sort of precedence of having one coup after another, sticking by the constitution. The role of the army should be to ensure that the constitution is respected. And then in terms of the looting, because we're talking about looting, I get that. But this is where the pornyak is, and then, please, this is where they should be stepping in and going, well, you've done this wrong, and arresting these people. That's how we should work in theory. Because if, Gezi and Chiwenga are to step up, right, and we're to support them, on what terms are we supporting them on? And what changes do we want to see in place? Are they going to write some sort of contract with the Zimbabwean Republic to say this is what we're looking to do and this is what we're doing what we're doing? Was it going to be another one, where the SB Moyes and then we sort of, announcing on ZPC, sorry, that, they've taken over the country. So we don't stand to gain anything. And you never know, Chiwenga could be another Sisi, and it's going to be a military rule going forward. So I don't know. This is to anybody who's listening, what their contributions are.
Yeah. The first thing about me is I never I never listen to anyone who says the only way. When they give you a response, like you were saying, you were told that the only way this can be done is from the top going down. First and foremost, that person is not God. So when you say only, it's as if you've had an out-of-body experience, or you've got some sort of know-how, or you see it all, you're everywhere, for you to be able to definitively say only. So I question that person. I don't know who you said that that's what they're saying. And we've heard those things before, where other people have said, this is the only way, this is the one, only to find out that no, it wasn't the only way. And then, you end up realizing that no, that's not the right word to use, especially for people who understand the fact that we don't know it all. Allow there to be other sort of instances or other sort of solutions in which something can be done. And those people who tell you only, the word only, it sounds to me like they just want you to work with what they're saying. They don't want you to try anything different. Because if you were to try something different, then they wouldn't have control. They're trying to control a system or a way of thinking or a way of acting or responding to something. And that's not what we need. Everyone should be on board here. Come with your ideas, come with your solution. You never know which one is going to work, but you have to try it all. You can't be basing it because someone said the only way is this way. And then everyone is like, oh, yeah, let's just jump ship and let's support them because they said that's the only way. No, I'm not a firm believer in stuff like that.
Training zvinogona kutonaka izvozvi.
Zvamukutaura zvese theoretically but practically tipe solution tiuzive kuti tiite so kureti musina kuwanza mashoko ngotaura kuti amana ngapadai sodai
ndini leader here handiti zvinoitwa nemaleaders enyu ndikoni bosi salada handina kuti ndiri leader kana mangoda kuti nditi leader ka munongotaura kuti leaders. Then I'll start telling you what I think should be done. But right now, amungade kuita zvezvokuti munonzwa mafungiro edu mozoda kunoshandisa kuvakuru venyu. Hapana, ngavape vamunosapota ngavabude kane ma-solutions acho iwawo nema-plans acho iwawo ndo basa ravo. Inini ndiri kungointerpreta ndichiona zvinhu zvandiri kuona, and you may say this is a theory yandiri kutaura, but guess what, vanhu vacho vakaita action ka zvese zvandiri kutaura is things that they failed to do. So you may call it theory, but everything I'm talking about is things that have happened before. So I'm not just talking or making things up. It's things that have been failed, plans that have been failed before.
But theoretically, I'm not
manje tine mafungiro akasiyana. Inini kutotaura kwandatoita ka pane vanhu vatochinja mafungiro, so vanga vachiti ngatitomhanyana geza kana tongotanga kuti muri kutamba nezano asi makati zano must go. Umwe munhu atochinja mafungiro. So you might think it's just talking, but this is where it starts. The change of mind and perception and mindset. Iwewe hauna kuinzwa ndatoitaura solution ndatoitaura iwewe ndosina kuibata, but I won't break it down so that you can understand. Ndiri kutaura nevanhu vanofanira kunzwa zvandotaura.
So it's fine, but nyaya dzezvamukutaura dzamaya manje ichi hazishandi.
Says you.
Bozi muri kungotaura muri kwamuri kokoko hamusi paground.
Shamwari iyoyo yamunoda kushanda nayo iyo ndipo pamunotokanganisa ipapo. Because only a fool would think kuti someone is less Zimbabwean because they're not on the ground. Asi mari yangu painouya ichibhadhara ma-medical bills, ichiendesa vana kuchikoro, ichiita sei, nditori more on the ground and I've got more of an impact on the ground than you who is there. Make it make sense for me. Right now uri kutaura zvekuti on the ground. Ana wekina vari on the ground vari kuflya majet, vari kutenga dzimba dzinodhura. They're on the ground, but what are you doing here on the ground? Chicha saka uri kutadzei iwe. That is where you go wrong. By thinking that someone's location means they're insignificant. Papa unotokanganisa ipapo, and that's why you continue to be railroaded neZANU-PF nemafungiro akadaro. It's interesting you don't think about nyaya dzekuti hauzi paground pamunenge muchitsvaga mari dzemacampaign opposition. Why don't you say the same thing you're saying now? Why don't you?
But Boss Salami, right, suggest something for people in the diaspora, for example. Are you in the diaspora? So I was asking, what can you say?
You're speaking now. I'm talking about the other person. That's not mine. That wasn't Siba's voice.
Sangorino power, neta watsukaya. 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 Tono sangana kuzimbabwe. Ginongo timbelele nika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango nesango nesango. Sango inopawa neta watsungaya. Sango inopawa neta watsungaya. Sango inopawa neta watsungaya. Sango inopawa.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 hey. Tono sangana, tono sanga kuzimbabwe. Yeah. Tono sangana kuzimbabwe. Yeah. Tono ni Afrika kubatsira kutesa nyika umbava. Hey, 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 hey. Tono sangana kuzimbabwe. Yeah. Tono sangana kuzimbabwe. Ginongo timbelele nika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango nesango nesango. Sango inopawa neta watsungaya. Sango inopawa neta watsungaya.
actually support the constitution, wouldn't you be in support of what you were saying in Kachao?
I'm in support of that, but I'm not in support of Mnangagwa being removed by the army at this point to
But
install
when
something that the
Mugabe
army
was
wants.
removed, you were in support of it.
Well, do you know what? There, it was a banana republic. We're trying to build something now, aren't we? Are we not?
Oh, so that's your excuse. Seriously?
You can't be in power for 30 something years, right? This guy's only been in
But
power for
was
what,
he in
7 years
power
now.
by himself? Was Mugabe in power by himself? What was he in power by himself? Where was the now president Idi Mnangagwa in that government? Please, he had roles and responsibilities. He was part of that government. So don't just talk about the former late president and say he did it alone. The same players we're seeing now were there with him.
Okay, what's your proposal? Because I can't see anything either than that. Because to be fair with you, let me tell you what I presume is going to happen. If Gezi is successful in what he's doing now, right?
It's Geza. I don't want to Geza. It's Geza.
Okay, if Geza is successful in what he's doing now, right? He's going to install his own person, right? Let's say it's Chiang. I don't know, random person, Chiang. You know, who are we to question that? Because then we don't have an elected official. You know, whether
would you like Chiangwa to be the president of Zimbabwe?
There's a corrupt dude, I probably would want him to be president of Zimbabwe. But neither would I want Chiwenga to be president of Zimbabwe. Neither would I want any of the candidates.
Okay, so is there anyone in ZANU-PF that you'd like to see as the next president of Zimbabwe?
No, there is nobody of that caliber to me.
Okay, then.
There's nobody who can
that means that you need to remove ZANU-PF and put in something completely new, right?
Yeah, but how would you do it? You have to work within ZANU-PF institutions, which is the problem, which is why I was saying that they're captured. You have to work with
the people. The people can do it. That's why I was talking about the bottom-up approach instead of the top-to-bottom approach.
Okay, when somebody owns an army and all we have is, stones and the catapults, and that's what the public's got, and ZANU-PF has got guns and all sorts of ammunition. Who's going to win that one? Is ZANU-PF. So we have to work within ZANU-PF. We have to work within the ZANU-PF structure to have some sort of changes within it. Which is why I'm saying, look, within ZANU, all of us now are ZANU, whether we like it or we don't. We are ZANU. So we now need to be trying to see what are we going to do, how are we going to change our country. And the next person who's going to take office, how is that person going to take office? What agreement are they going to have with the Zimbabwean Republic? That's the conversation we need to be having. And the conversation we also need to be having is the role the army plays in respecting the constitution. The army is overstepping its boundaries. The army shouldn't be getting rid of the president, who was duly elected, because Geza and them told us that this guy...
Don't forget, the army is the one that put him there, so we can't really trust the army, can we?
But, okay, what's their job? They've only got one job: to protect us from outside.
They just follow whoever is telling them to move. They just move. And I'm trying to tell you that the last time they did, the army got involved. They brought the same president we're seeing now, right? They helped him into office. They catapulted him. So can we truly trust the army know what's in the best interest of Zimbabweans? I don't think so. They just need someone else to pull their strings. Instead, do you get what I mean? The army is the puppets. They go the power.
Now you understand what I mean by they're captured.
No,
they are captured.
They're not captured. No, it's not being captured. Hakuna army anywhere in the world that does its own thing. There's someone who always pulls the strings. So it's not that they're captured. You just need the right person pulling the strings. That's all it is. I wouldn't say they're captured, because if someone was to take over, their whole mission is to defend and protect the sovereignty of Zimbabwe. So right now, someone is telling them that when you're protecting or listening to us, it is the sovereignty of Zimbabwe.
So
do you understand what I mean?
Are you telling
so you just need the right person in charge.
Are you talking about the same army that refused to salute the opposition? Are you telling me about that army?
Why would they salute the opposition? Was the opposition in power?
No,
Is the opposition in power? Why
it's,
would they? You're not
it's,
listening to what I'm saying.
it's about their
You're not
potential.
listening to what I'm saying.
It's about their potential leader. That's
No, it's not about potential leader. It's about who's leading. That's the mistake you make, thinking that the army should just or everyone. I told you before, Ndigati, there are people in the army who are experiencing the pain that we go through as Zimbabweans, and then they've got leaders as well who are not experiencing the same things that they go through. So you've got different variations within the army. So if you are opposition or you want to get people on your side or for them to understand what you're saying, you need to touch that. Touch it, identify it. I would love a situation where we had people who could study behavioral science and be able to understand people's behaviors and stuff. And that can tell you a lot about a person and a lot of what they're against and what they would support if given a chance or given an option.
So
you can't. I don't blame the army. They're just doing what they're being told to do.
Okay, so what are you saying? Are you saying to hell with everything? Let's start afresh. Let's set the whole thing in time.
Why would I say that? Why would I say that though? That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying? What is your proposal?
Are you not listening to everything I've been saying all this time? Unsolicited.
No.
No, we're talking one is. So you haven't been listening this whole time.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm not hearing a solution. That's the problem. I'm hearing the criticism.
The thing where I'm not gonna do that because I'm not nobody's leader. Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
With the name like what?
If I have anything, I'm giving you breadcrumbs. Yes, take the breadcrumbs, but I'm not gonna tell you how to do it. You've got your leaders. Muda kuswera kuyapana apa ndokupa my ideas. Menda mushinoti leader shandisa ichakati. Lina. That's why you select leaders. Okay, so until Pastor Tamuna chat, Bosalani leaders, then I'll show you what I mean. But I'm not going to be doing the job or sharing my things. No thanks, I'll keep it to myself.
Okay, Bosalani leaders. Lead the faction. Let's start from there.
You're very funny. I'm sure there are other people want to join the conversation. Simba, add people, man. Uyayazotiza ka pandatanga ufunza kuti unonzani iwe. I'm not that scary.
No, I think people are listening and they're making up their minds. And hello, Sitin. So.
Well, who's sitting? This sitting.
You know they're there. Yeah.
Oh, you mean they're listening?
You don't think that they're infiltrated in this group? They would be.
Let them listen. No. They might let them listen. I don't even blame them as well. They're just doing their job. You know. They just need the right person in charge. That's all.
So, I mean, yeah, that country needs a leader, to be fair. But I'm not. I don't know. Because you're trying to convince me that the right thing, whatever happens, happens. Because if Geza and then
But I won't lie. When I see Comrade Geza doing what he's doing, I try to imagine my dad, God rest his soul, he's late, war veteran, war hero and stuff, but I try to envision what he would be doing had he been given the chance to live longer. So I'm caught in, it's like, but then it's the way it's being done. My problem with everything is you were quiet all along, Chichas or Chinja now. It's as if they were waiting for an opening, but how do you wait for an opening? Years, like decades. 2030, and then you're now jumping on that thing. There have been so many other things that haven't been working in Zimbabwe. They were quiet, right? And then you talk about, do you even tell people, on the 31st of Yakanzimat, We are still in February, mate, you know? March,
Mm.
is that not 6 to 8 weeks? Are you telling me things are not going to be happening behind the scenes? Like, it makes no sense, Kwantiri. If this 31st March thing is the proposal and stuff, I'm like, huh? Aren't you just supposed to just get in there? Truly I don't know,
Because
man.
the other issue is for me, which is what I was saying. Nah, not that I said. Not that I said is if they're saying, okay, I know Geza and them will bring some changes in, and Geza and them have told us that the previous elections, actually there was no winner there. And you're like, the same person who didn't say anything 2 years ago now wants to say something. Why? If you're a man of integrity, you say something on the spot and you say, no, actually.
Exactly. Because remember, the world was watching. The
Mm-hmm.
world was on Zimbabwe. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
People think the rest of the world did it on pause just because Zimbabwe's issues are not being brought to light. No, they move on with other things. That was
Yeah.
the time where the whole world was watching Zimbabwe. You know, Zimbabwean elections are questionable.
Mm.
So you know, around that time, the world didn't get to tell us out what's going to happen now. That was the right time you wait something. Z, why?
Do you remember Hichilema? Hichilema even said, no, those elections are not fair. They had Hichilema support. It's not like they were, and Hichilema was the president.
Angari Chileme, kana tengeri uyu wake aishandira ma-observers.
Observers, but Hichilema, remember, he refused to come to Zimbabwe because of
Sometimes
the rigged
munomboti
elections.
munhu anorefusa to come pamwe president ane basa ko kana ane imwe engagement ka remember munhu yanenge achitomirira nyika yake kutoenda kune dzimwe nyika iluxury ke unoita kana zvinhu zvako zvenyika yako zvichifamba the same. I mean, do you get what I mean? It could be all manner of reasons why he didn't show up.
No, Pasha, the Zambians did say this came from Zambia, that they did not believe our elections were credible.
Kana uchiti Zambia uri kutaura mukomana wewe kudya madatya.
Not just Hichilema, everybody, like in his government, right, including the opposition, they accepted that. I know that.
Joseph Karibu. How's that, Joseph?
Joseph Ani.
Kalibwe.
Joseph Kalibwe.
How was it? Okay. Anyway, ndiye ndafunga kuti pamwe ndipo wakabva ka-messaging. Because atombofarire ZANU PF at all.
But but it's only the South Africans who then turned around and said, my elections are okay, blah blah blah. But you see, Geza, at that time, you had a chance to work with the Zambians to say, no, those elections are not, because Zambia at that time was the president of the AU as well. So I don't even know.
But I think you need to specify, because Paurukuti South Africans, what is South Africans?
No, Ramaphosa.
Obviously. He's a friend of ZANU, isn't he?
Yeah, but their stance was the elections are legit. Whereas Zambia had said, no, those elections are not legit. That was the issue. But Geza, my issue with
legit and unlegit, I don't know. Because at the end of the day, it's about how opposition or whoever participated in the last election, they should have gone through the proper channels. And kutikana ushida contest, you have these things you have to do.
No, they contested through the proper channels. Do you remember they even went to Botswana?
No, but still, that's not even social media. You don't contest an election on social media. It means nothing in Zimbabwe. chero paipai vanhu pavanenge muchicampaigna muchiti oh yeah there's absolutely nothing if you can't go put your case before the proper procedures, the electoral law, the constitution and all that jazz. Hapana zvazvinoreva. Anyone can even say kuti
they went to the SADC court.
it won't mean nothing if you don't use the proper procedures.
No, they went to the court in SADC. Do you remember? They went to the SADC court, so they raised the whole thing. This is why...
What SADC court? What SADC court?
No, they raised the whole issue.
Which is there SADC court?
Yeah.
It was No, I'm serious. Is there SADC court?
Yeah. We have a judiciary system within SADC where you can raise your grievances.
Okay, saka iwe uri kuti nyaya yeZimbabwe yakaendeswa ikoko, so why is it SADC payakauya kuZimbabwe hapana haina kumboita anything to do with Zimbabwean elections then?
It was something they even spoke about when they were debating the president.
I remember when they put a post achitaura kuti I spoke to vanhu veSADC ndichibvunza the question of Zimbabwean elections. Akaudzwa kunzi takatopedza nyaya iyoyo akuiwera, that's it, hakuna kumwe kwazviri kuenda. Do you remember that?
But you know why though? It's because the biggest player in SADC at the moment is South Africa, isn't it? So when South Africa legitimates anything that we're doing, it's hard for all the other small economies to try and, say something different, South Africa is currently... Is that what
you think, really?
No, South Africa has us in our pockets. We are a market for South Africa. Look at all our products. What do we send to South Africa? Nothing. We are just a market. South Africa is...
South Africa, sure.
Absolutely. We're a South African puppet. So if the South African
South African puppet, so when elections were happening in other countries, why is it there were allegations of ZANU-PF interference in, was it Mozambique, Botswana, zvakafamba zvakanaka dzimwe nyika idzi? Taingonzwa chingonzi ZANU-PF iri kuvhiringidza ma-elections edzimwe nyika. So if we had to go with what you're saying, kuti we're a puppet of South Africa, how is that possible?
Remember, Mozambique is our neighbor and they have no border with us. Literally, they are part of us, right? The border is imaginary, right? So the influence ZANU has there is whatever ZANU wants there to stabilize the country, right? But South Africa is a bigger economy and they're better and they're better at whatever they do.
Ramaphosa Zimbabwe what to do?
Of course. You don't think we're a puppet of South Africa?
The DA what to do? Ndipo paangazoudza maZimbabweans kana kuti ZANU-PF.
Absolutely. We're a puppet. We're a puppet. Why do you think even my visa, my Zimbabweans go South Africa have extended? It's because DA said, okay, you can extend those. Because DA, Zile, do you remember Zile? She came out clear and she said, when those Zimbabweans, they live in this country now and they've got kids here, and she even said we need to give them to extend
their because they're all about making money. So you can see how they would want that to happen because Zimbabwe has got a workforce. Vanhu vanoshanda mazimba tinoshanda kwete zvinoita maSouth Africa. But still kana iwewe inini ndikuramba nyaya yekuti Zimbabwe is a puppet of South Africa because pakaitwa nyaya dzema-sanctions akatanga kumhanya nayo nyaya iyoyo yekuti remove the sanctions handiti ndiRamaphosa. Saka iye kana ari shefu ndiye aifanira kumhanya nazvo here kana kuti akatotumwa kunzi iwe shamwari mhanya nenyaya iyi?
It's the complete opposite because you remember what sanctions do. They stop you trading with the other partner, right? Because sanctions will affect South Africa even more than they do Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe is a rogue state, banana government. So it means whatever South Africa then sells to us, they cannot sell to us, they cannot do anything with us because of the sanctions. Therefore, South Africa has to say, we need a special permit to work with Zimbabweans, because you cannot put Zimbabweans under sanctions. It's pretty simple for them. We are a market. We don't produce anything. What do Zimbabweans produce apart from insults? Is there anything that we can produce? Nothing. We are a market. Everything, anything, it all comes from South Africa. We're a market for them. So if you say to South Africa, stop trading.
No, man.
If you say to South Africa, stop trading
How
with
can you
Zimbabwe,
say
then South
Zimbabweans only
Africa is going.
produce insults? No, man.
Okay, what do we produce? Tell me.
No,
I'll wait.
how can you say that
I'll
though?
wait.
Like on a
No,
serious
I'll wait.
note.
Okay,
No,
I'll wait.
I take it back, Sha. Take it back.
Okay, no, I'll take it back only if you
I
can.
apologize, Sha. Apologize.
You sir.
I will
Okay.
apologize.
No,
That's an
no, no.
insult, Sha. I will apologize.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
apologize.
Tell me one industry. Tell me one
Apologize
industry.
for what
I'm
you
not
said.
apologizing. Prove
So
me
you
wrong.
think the only thing we produce is insults? Are you serious?
Prove one thing. One thing
What
that we
do you mean
produce.
prove one thing? How does
Okay.
that make
What do
sense
we
to you?
produce?
I'm not even gonna justify your question. You can't be saying that. How can you
Mm.
say Zimbabweans only produce insults? No, man, apologize, cha. Watote offender takatowanda panapa.
Okay.
Inga, we're having a nice discussion. You don't need to be insulting us though. No, man.
No. What do you mean insulting us? I am Zimbabwean. What do you mean
Yeah,
insulting us?
so how do you say that, Kuti, we only produce insults? What's that?
Okay, tell me the one thing that we produce.
If you don't know, then that's your business. But you can't be saying
Okay,
Kuti
no.
Zimbabweans
Okay,
only
you know what?
produce insults.
I'm happy to apologize, right? But I will
Usathi I'm
apologize
happy to
only.
saka. Okay, apologize and we move on.
But on one condition, Cha. Just tell me one industry that's still around Zimbabwe that's producing something.
I am not going to answer. Apologize, Sasha.
All right, okay.
Ndinobva namuta mic yangu wotaura wega kana zviri izvo, because now I
Okay,
can't be
okay,
speaking to someone who insults us like that. No, man.
okay.
That was not necessary.
Okay, for your sake, I will apologize. I'm sorry. All right, but we have no industry. Okay, we have no industry, so we are just a market, and I'm trying to make you understand now. We're just a market at the moment. You know, so.
Anyway, thank you for apologizing for my sake. But I think you did it for yourself, because the one taura wega bana.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. And you don't think we are a market for South Africa? Look at Pick and Pay.
I think Zimbabwe or any African countries in general, like they were having a thing whereby we're market for a lot of these European countries and Americas and all that, because we've got the raw materials. They want what we have. Think about China and lithium, gold, and we have what they need. And I would have wanted a situation, especially now America is saying to chakati. We actually need to start working with our other countries, my African countries, and stop allowing for these overseas countries to be taking in our stuff. Because even when you look at, we need to have our own, manufacturing companies as well, like factories. Because we've got to all, do you know those raw materials, when they go to get manufactured in other countries, not just as a diamond, but there are other properties as well that are attached to that thing. Do you know what I mean? So all these things, these benefits are going to foreign lands. Why? Zimbabwe is rich. Our country is rich. And this is the thing that we need to be fighting for. Our country, because you were not gonna. Do you know what it takes? How many years, so many years for these raw materials to be regenerated again. We won't be there to see the next batch come up.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So now is the time for us to be doing that. And not just that, we need to start making sure anyone who wants to come and lead us, they need to be telling us kuti mali dzakarutswa dziri kupi vana geza. Ngastop kutaura zvekuti hey, election was rigged. Takapfuura that stage. Handiti? Because angadai akataura kuti my elections obho akamboitika. Why were they quiet? They were quiet. He needs to be telling us where these people are putting mari dzenyika. That's what we want. That is what I would support. Munhu ari kunatsa kuita hold people accountable. Kana mati amuchade this monster You know, don't use a scapegoat. Mugabe. You removed Mugabe because he was a scapegoat for the rest of you. And it looks to me like they want to do the same thing with Idi Mnangagwa. There's always someone who's supposed to take the fall, but they want to continue their looting, their stealing. No. Munhu uyu ngatiudze kuti mari dziri kupi, ngatiudze ma-offshore companies, ngatiudze information. That's what we want to know. So that these things can be retrieved. And then you know kuti muri kushanda nemunhu arepenta. Or a person who repents is supposed to give you that information. You're hiding it. Why isn't he giving you that information? Because anoziva kuti iyewo futi ane zvakewo zvaakaba mari dzaakadyawo. Once you go down that tunnel, it means if they're not ready for that, I'm sorry, I will never support it.
You see, this is the thing. I'm saying the next person who comes into power, we need a social contract. You're telling us that yes, what we're going to do this and that. I know it's in their manifestos, GTT, when they're doing more politics. Now what we want is, because these guys are not elected, whoever's going to come in won't be elected. We want a social contract, what they want to achieve, you know? That's what we want.
I don't want anything written. I want action. Action speaks louder than words. Because atingarambe tichingoti bona kana akuita divorce yake motanga kunzwa kuti mune 20 farms. What is that? No, man. That needs to be recalled, and you know they'll never talk about those people. Tikada kuvunza right now kuti vanhu anonzi chakati nechakati ane zvingani. You'll be shocked kuti geza pamwe atori neakewo. But haasku ataura. If they want to bring change, it's got nothing to do with elections anymore. Panapa tikutarisa zvinhu zvenyika. Mari yenyika. We want to know where are those things. Tell us who's got what, where and when. Zviri kupi. Name and shame. Yeah? And then we'll start to understand what they mean when they say the people are suffering. They'll know what we mean. Or they'll know zvinoreva mashoko iwawo. Right now, no, man, they're preserving themselves and their assets. And they want to use us to help them preserve more. No.
Let's invite Calvin to speak. Marvin, sorry.
Hello, Maskela Semkoma Simba and the rest of the team. I hope I find you well. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on the issue of the tanks that are in the streets of Zimbabwe. There is something that I've been repeating over and over again. That I think is something that we can also share here. The first thing is, I always say that Zimbabwe has got a very good constitution that has been worked out quite well. But the problem has always been the implementation of the constitution to a level that
Hello, Marvin.
Unsolicited. Usangopreseka mute button.
Marvin.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I was saying that our people in Zimbabwe, they've really tried through the ballot and through demonstrations to air their views to those people who are in power, only to be told by defectors from the ruling party that there is an efficient rigging machine that is in play, that you cannot take out ZANU-PF with elections or whether demonstrations. We have seen people being shot with live ammunition and all those kind of things. And now the question is, who then will take those who are in power, who take out those who are in power, who are abusing power? Obviously, we have only one option that takes out those who have gone astray in terms of their control over power, which is the military. So whoever is going to be controlling the military, whoever has got a say in the military, is the one who's going to be able kubvisa anenge ari papower. Saka azvishamise kuti pakaita problem toona matanks akubuda, pakaita a political problem, because we all know haguma election kwacho vanonzwa kuti hakushande, vanhu vakademonstrata, they are suppressed brutally and they are imprisoned or incarcerated zisina procedure, legal procedure yakakwana. So the only option inenge iripo ndeyekuti kuchazongouya another person who is in control and anokwanisa kuva ane voice in the military, who is going to push out the one anengari in power, whether the military tanks are a show of force by the one who is in power, who is the president, which is not supposed to be so. Those military tanks are not supposed to be out and about in the streets. They are supposed to be in the barracks. The only, if I know that the only shall I say, vanobvumira kuita exercise of this nature within the city are the fire brigade. But when you see this, obviously there is a show of force either by whoever is now calling shots over the military. Saka ndo option yatinayo as Zimbabweans, that we have been pinned to a corner whereby we are forced to support the one who has got a big bag over the guns. Saka ndo chekutanga. Then the question is, now the guns are now showing out. Who are they for? Obviously, people are going to rally behind the one who's got the guns. Vachaenda kumashure kwemunhu achataura zvokuti ndiye ari kucontrola military, whether we like it or not. Saka, the question is, are we seeing the repetition of 2017? If then the answer is yes, what is in it for the people? Because last time we were told that when we remove Mugabe, there's going to be a consensus, an interim government that is accommodated to everyone. But when they got the power, they literally destroyed the opposition, infiltrated it. Ndova watanga kuita adaptions, ndova tatanga kuona all those kind of ugly faces and ugly things that were happening that we all see and we all know. Saka, the question is now, whoever is, let's say Geza is the one who's controlling the gun now, the guns. Is there a representative of the people who's asking the important question, what is in it for the people? Because we all know that they need the people to clean the mess of a coup. Why? Because if the military comes out and takes out a legitimate president who's elected, they are going to face sanctions from Africa Union, SADC, even international community. So how do they avoid that? They force the masses to do that, because the masses are the ones who are the owners of the constitution. The constitution is for the people, by the people. So they all know that we need the people. Even if we have guns, we will push the people, because they are the ones that can clear the mess of a coup or d'etat. Saka isu tiri kuti sevana veZimbabwe tiri kuzoona zviri kuitika zvese izvi. What is in it for the people? Are we being represented in those secret discussions that are happening, asking the important questions? Chii chichaitika kana matora Simba, whether it's Team Geza, whether it's which team that is claiming that we are about to topple this government, or we are going to just see a repetition or changing people who are just getting or vaningori age yekungoti vaona chavanodya nguva iyoyo, then the music goes on. Saka, that's one thing that we have to be asking. Is there a representation of the people, or the people are going to be used to clean up the coup by demonstration, or by being encouraged to go into the streets to demonstrate, and then the coup will not be a coup? Saka, those are the questions that I really wish there would be somebody who is going to answer before the people are going to be used to mop up the debt that is about to happen, the same way as 2017. Yes, as people of Zimbabwe, we want change, but change has to come in the strict sense of the word change. Not change in leadership, but the system remains the same. But we want to see the total change whereby people are given what is duly for them, which is their democratic right, that we can choose whoever we want. In other words, I'm saying we want reforms. We want reforms, electoral reforms, whereby we are empowered to change any leader through the ballot. I don't know kuti this rigging machine sei vasingataure kuti inoshanda sei, inofanira kuchinjwa. Saka vanhu vari kumirira vanhu kana varipo kana vari kuzviziva panapa, whatever team, I bet on you Zimbabweans, let's not be used like dirty mops that can be thrown, or tishandiswe ngemadhimoni rematissue. We just only important when it's the time to wipe someone's butt, but after that we are flushed and nobody remembers. We need to be asking the important questions. What is in it for the people? Are you going to reform certain things? Are we going to see changes in certain areas that I always highlight? ZANU-PF has got too much control over the Reserve Bank. They've got their hands in the money. That's why they don't cautious business people. They don't even call the business people kuti vavaudze kuti tine zvatiri kuronga, tine mapolicies akadai, because they just know that they will tax you. Now we have got 51 taxes are charged either way, and then they control that money anyhow. If they knew kuti havana control over the money, zvaitarwa naGono and I quote, he said tikaita tese ma-reserve bank governor tese takachinjana, as long as the elephant is in the room, which is the elephant, that ability that the president can sign off and instruct a governor who knows kuti mari haikwanisi kushanda so ongoudzwa kuti shandisa mari anyhow, that kind of behavior yekuti macoffers anoita empty because somebody is signing a paper kuti isai kubhakosi, isai kuagriculture, because they vada kuimpressa certain areas and certain people zvichiuraya economy. If their hands are out of the pocket of the nation, which is the Reserve Bank, inoda kureformwa iyoyo papa constitution yedu tototaura kuti this area political parties don't have to have this kind of power over our money. Vanofanira kutotaura business people, ndo anofanira kuvasupporta sezvinoitaura naAmerica, vanounganidza business community. Kuna South Africa, the Reserve Bank of South Africa is private, ngoti iri private. Avaite mafanis, vanoita madina vachidedza business community vachivaudza kuti this is what we are doing, then ndo kunobuda mari. Saka vakasango controller to that level, we are going to suffer the same, because there are no reforms. We need reforms that is being commanded by the business community. Kuti vari kudei, and ndataura one area yo yekuti okay yasvika pakuvhara because of such things that are not avacontroleke, because they have got their hands on the money. And toenda kuma opposition anonga achingotaura kuti we need electoral reforms, but the reforms are not coming. But now the people of the opposition are being or tempted to join this new wagon of the so-called change. Who is saying asking the important questions for the people? Are you going to reform certain areas and certain things? Who is standing for the business community to ask the important questions? Are you going to reform such and such so that the business community can be empowered to also have a say within the government? Saka ndo zvandiri kungoti matenga aya kunyange akabuda, isusu sevanhu hatisi kuzvivhunduka isi, toda kubvunza mibvunzo yakakosha. Are we going to see change policies? Are we going to have my electoral reforms and allow our democracy to flourish? That's all I can say for now.
A question for you, Marvin. So how do you see change taking place? Because, you know, obviously,
Training nyika ngaisununguru. Asununguru.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga to Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana to Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono in Africa to Batsira, Kutesa Nika Umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga to Zimbabwe. Dono Sangana to Zimbabwe.
Kinongo chibelele nyika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango sango rinopava nekavatsongaira sango rinopava nekavatsongaira sango rinopava nekavatsongaira sango rinopava nekavatsongaira Sangorino power neta watsongaya. Sangorino power neta watsongaya. Sangorino power neta watsongaya. Sangorino power neta watsongaya.
That's no more.
Sangorino power neta watsongaya.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Kusimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Kusimbabwe. Yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatira kuteza nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Kusimbabwe. Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Kusimbabwe.
Kinongo chipelele nyika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango nesango nesango. Sango rinopawa neta watsongaya. Sango rinopawa neta watsongaya. Sango rinopawa neta watsongaya. Sango rinopawa neta watsongaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe, yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Zimbabwe, yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatira kuteza nyika umbava, hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe.
Vamwe vachikarika zvavo muzimbabwe nesango nesango nesango. Sango rinopa vaneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa vaneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa vaneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya.
That's no more.
Sango rinopa waneta watsungaya.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Tono Sangana, Tono Sanga Zimbabwe. Yeah, Tono Sangana, Tono Sangana Zimbabwe. Yeah, Tono ni Afrika kubatira kutesa nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Tono Sangana, Tono Sanga Zimbabwe.
Vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango nesango nesango. Sango rinopa vaneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa vaneta watsungaya. Sango rinopa. Kuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu, tuserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano. Bhadharai zvomunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora. Tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga, tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu, dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano. Bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka, mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora. Tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga, tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa.
I am Tendai, a soldier of Zimbabwe. Our mission seemed simple at first, but fate had other plans for us. We were just three, me, Chipo and Farai, brothers in arms facing the unknown in the dense African bush.
At least the mosquitoes will be too scared to bite us.
The bush was quiet. Too quiet. Then we saw them. A sea of enemies, 1,000 strong. Our hearts raced. How could we possibly survive this? The odds were impossible. The air exploded with gunfire. We dove for cover, the earth erupting around us. Stay together, we're stronger as one! Hours passed like years. Our ammunition dwindled, our hopes with it. Chipo's jokes had stopped. Farai's aim was off, we were running on fumes. But then something changed. A look passed between us. We weren't done yet. I remembered my grandmother's words. Uyam hepo, uyam vura. Teacher Simba, come wind, come rain, we will stand strong. Suddenly, we were moving as one. Our shots found their marks with uncanny precision.
Is this what being a hero feels like? Haha.
I've found my rhythm.
The enemy's numbers began to thin. We were pushing them back. Our movements became a dance of destruction. Left, right, duck, shoot. Perfect harmony. The last wave came at us like a tsunami, but we stood our ground, unbreakable. As the final foe fell, we stood in disbelief. The battlefield was silent, save for our heavy breathing. We had done the impossible. 3 against 1,000, and we were still standing. But our laughter died as we looked beyond the clearing. There, shimmering in the distance, was a city of gold. Its towers reached for the sky, gleaming under the African sun. A legend come to life.
Is this what we were fighting for all along?
No, my brother. This is what we were fighting towards. Our journey wasn't over. world was just beginning. The Golden City awaited, full of promise and new adventures. As we walked towards our destiny, I knew one thing for certain. Together, we could face anything.
Sangorino power neta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya
Nini dakapamba ni sangorino ninja nobaya namu Nena kaona kore sangorino power neta watsungaya Watsungaya Chikota negomo ingwa faira Tino ngoti mere nimika bamwe bachikarika Shango musimba pune sango Nesango, nesango, nesango Sango, inopa waneta watsungaya Sango, inopa waneta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya Sangorino power neta watsungaya
everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatira kutesa nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe. Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Zimbabwe.
Kinongo chipelele nyika vamwe vachikaita zvavo muzimbabwe nesango nesango sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira
Mr. Nyonya, you here?
Hello.
Let us know once you're in.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Once you're in, sir, let us speak. What do you see is happening? Connect with the Zimbabwean people, and Mr. Nyoni, give us your analysis or your opinion, if you
Yeah,
can.
I wouldn't want to mislead my fellow countrymen. You see, one of the victims of what is happening in Zimbabwe now, one of the victims is the truth. Sometimes we people who are carrying the news, or I'm not a journalist, but we commentators and news creators or content creators, we are misleading the public. So what I am seeing right now, I can't tell what is happening, but all I can say is that I am seeing military movement. And from what is happening, something is happening, and I don't know what it is. Sometimes it is just good to say you don't know what is happening. But from the background of what we have been saying, what we have been seeing, what we have been hearing, what we have been speculating, something is definitely happening. And by the end of the week, it will be clear exactly what is happening. Thank you.
Right. Okay. But Mr. Nyoni, I'm a newsman over the weeks. I've been publishing this. Judging by what you have heard, Blessed Geza saying to me last week on Saturday, and what he said to me yesterday
Yes.
at the same time, which I reported here,
Uh-huh.
which is news, no opinion. Okay, just news. This is not
Yeah.
content creation. It's news that we're dealing with here. You have got
Yes.
announcements that are very clear. And you can clearly see
Mm-hmm.
Geza is not in South Africa. He's not in UK. He's not in Washington. He's
Yes.
literally there in Zimbabwe. And the
Yes.
war veterans are there in Zimbabwe. We have people
Yes.
here who are coming on these programs nearly every day on Zimai, and they are not
Mm-hmm.
outside the country. They're not in Zambia, Malawi, or Mozambique. They're physically in
Mm-hmm.
Zimbabwe and they're speaking. What do you hear based on the facts that are very clear here, solid facts? You have got statements that have been made. You've also had another statement that was made by an individual, right, who I authenticated that that message was actually coming from the army. That was 2 weeks ago, And I contacted the ZDF spokesman, and the ZDF spokesperson made a response, which we stated there in the news. It is too suspicious to ignore. He
Yes.
could neither agree or nor endorse, agree or deny the statement that was issued by the ZDF, which was very clear by this unnamed ZDF person, which was clear, and it had legal instruments of the Constitution laid out very clearly as to what is going to happen. Another thing here, Mr. Nyoni, you also
Yeah.
have a timeline that is very clear. You were told there in the next 10 days. Ongori Muswani, Muswa 3, Mr.
Okay.
Nyoni. 3 February.
Yes.
3 February, you were given a timeline that by the 13th, the statement is going to be supplied as a signed copy. Or not just that, but they're going
Yes.
to provide further statements. Soon after that, we had here Comrade Geza on Zimai just after the 13th, making further statements to the Zimbabwean people on
Mm.
Saturday that these were not suggestions. They were declarations that within 2 days. And sure to that promise, what has happened right now, as of by Monday, Tuesday, you have a further statement by the same Geza. And then all of a sudden, in this build-up, you see pictures of tanks rolling in there. And then Nick Mangwana tells you that these tanks are conducting a mere exercise. They are rolling around because, Anzi, this is just a drill.
Yeah, but
And you have
now,
got two spokespersons. Nick Mangwana says it's a military exercise. George Charamba also confirms that it's a military exercise. Yeah, of course, he says that, well, there's no war, but he actually does confirm that he knows that Masoja Argopinda. I mean, are all these incidents a coincidence in your view?
no, there is no coincidence here, Simba. All I can say is that when you look at the political landscape of Zimbabwe right now, there are no true friends in the sense that when you look at the two factions which are battling it out, you never know who is who right now. In the sense that when you look at Mnangagwa's spokesperson, Nick Mangwana, and you look at George Charamba, I don't know what to call him now, whether he's still on Mnangagwa's government or not, I don't know. But what I am seeing is that whatever is happening in the country right now, don't take what people are saying, especially those who are within the ranks of the government and those who are within the ranks of the opposition, because the truth might be not what they are saying. Like now, when you look at these the tanks rolling in Borodale in Harare, and automatically you see Nick Mangwana commenting that this is just a drill, an exercise. Then you have to be cautious what is happening, because definitely Nick Mangwana knows what is happening. And if it was something which was to the distraction of Mnangagwa, he wouldn't be so casual. That's the way I look at it. So unless he is just playing a game, which is very possible, that he is pretending to be Mnangagwa's spokesperson, but at the same time he's against Mnangagwa. That's my view, my honest view, that Nick Mangwana is not transparent. Hello, Simba. Hello. Oh, I'm lost in. Hello, Simba. Oh, so I don't know if Simba is out or I'm out. But all I've been saying is that I cannot trust what Nick Mangwana is saying, because history has shown us that Nick Mangwana is very biased and is not very honest. Mm. Oh, shit. Someone. Simba, I'm waiting for you, Simba. Are you in the show? Ba bam 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 bam.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatira kuteza nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga Zimbabwe. Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana Zimbabwe.
Kinongo chipelele nyika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango nesango sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira sango rinopa vaneta vatsungaira
Sangorino power neta watsungaya 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 Kunenzira tema soja je kuzvibata nadzo terera imitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa
vanhu ndochombo chikuru musuva vanopanduka vese muchamhanya ini muchamhanya ini
usiku kumaputo dongo akamira asangawira muto akapiwa rufu asimu akaseka akanzi masoja siya dongo akafura sina chekumbopa unganyengerei masoja uchigara wakabona nyora pacho nyorobondo uvete vateveiwe unimetsifefent zvino zvashanduka chigaro chabobo chavakupisa mishumo yerufu mutambo wemutengo masoja siya popo yokunyangarika kwake unganyengerei masoja uchigaro wakabona nyora pacha nyorobondo uvete vateveiwe Maxwell chikungutso chiedza chisina magumo vakacheka. Asi simba linocha linovisiri kutorwa. Muwe muvakitani. Muwe muprofeta hardship. 2055 utambo watokororwa. Chiroto cha soko chaparaza mkuta.
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga ku Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana ku Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatsira kutesa nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga ku Zimbabwe. Dono Sangana ku Zimbabwe.
Kinongo chipelele nika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango sango rinopa vanenge vatsongaira. 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 Sango rinopa vanenge vatsongaira.
my when it does. Kunenzira tema soja ze kushibata nazo terera imitemo yose nenzira takanaka tisawa tinotora shinu shemasi yetu tusera ishinu shose satorwa kumuvengi taura shinetsika kurushinyurwe vamu kuti masimvisise sakanaka musangano padara izvo munotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunike matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masimvisise svakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa
vanhu ndochombo chikuru musuva vanopanduka vese muchamhanya ini muchamhanya ini
usiku kumaputo dongo akamira asangawira muto akapiwa rufu asimu makaseka akanzi masoja siya dongo akafura sina chekumbokwa unganyengerei masoja uchigara wakabona nyora pacho nyorogondo uvete vateweiwe unimeti vefent zvino zvashanduka chigaro chabobo chavakupisa mishumo yerufu mutambo wemutengo masoja siya popo yokunyangarika kwake unganyengerei masoja uchigara wakabona nyora pacha nyorogondo uvete vateweiwe maksolo chikungutso chiedza chisina magumo maketse mahara ramangwana rakacheka asi simba rinotya rinorisiri kudzorwa mumwe muvabhidzani mumwe muprofeta arashiva 2055 utambo watogororwa chiroto chasoko chaparadza muguta
everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga to Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono Sangana, Dono Sangana to Zimbabwe. Yeah, Dono ni Afrika kubatira kuteza nyika umbava. Hey, 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 Dono Sangana, Dono Sanga to Zimbabwe. Dono Sangana to Zimbabwe.
Kinongo chipelele nyika vamwe vachikarika zvavo muZimbabwe nesango sango rinopa vaneka vatsongaira. 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 Sango rinopa vaneka vatsongaira.
Kune nzira dzemasoja dzekuzvibata nadzo, tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu, dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano. Bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka, mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora. Tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga, tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu, dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano. Bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunike matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa
vanhu ndochombo chikuru musuva vanopanduka vese muchamhanya ini muchamhanya ini
usiku kumaputo dongo akamira asangawira muto akapiwa rufu asimu akaseka akanzi masoja siya dongo akafura sina chebumbopa unganyengerei masoja uchigara wakabona nyora pacho nyorogondo uvete vateveiwe unimetsifefent zvino zvashanduka chigaro chabobo chavakupisa mishumo yerufu mutambo wemutengo masoja siya popo yokunyangarika kwake unganyengerei masoja uchigara wakabona nyora pacha nyorogondo uvete vateveiwe maksoro chikungutso chiedza chisina magumo majetsi mahara ramangwana rakacheka asi simba rinotya rinorisiri kudzorwa mumwe muvakitani mumwe muprofeta arashika 2055 mutambo watogororwa chiroto chasoko chaparadza muguta
Let everything that has sound be monolized.
Hey, hey, tonosangana tonosanga ku Zimbabwe tonosangana ku Zimbabwe tononi Afrika kubatsira kutesa nyika umbava tonosangana tonosanga ku Zimbabwe.
Soja dzekuzvibata nadzo terera imitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa What you did to